Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. The story goes that my great-grandpa Leo went crazy after serving in World War II, but my grandma Ethel had always been quick to defend his honor. She was there to witness his descent into madness firsthand. When Leo came home, the family rejoiced, but it was clear that something had broken inside of him. Despite his efforts, Leo's smile never reached his eyes. Veterans only share what they're comfortable reliving. To recall a certain place, the smell of soil, the conversations, you mentally travel back to those coordinates and experience it all over again. The stories left untold are not meant for civilians' ears to digest. The average Joe couldn't imagine the horrors of war, the things that you see and intentionally try to forget about, but they're never fully erased from the slate. The nightmare images are filed away into the subconscious, and for a moment, there's no moment, and those images are no longer yours to develop. The legacy that she talked about placed his mental descent on shell shock, and the things that his unit was forced to do in order to survive. All this was true, but I'd come to understand that these were triggered responses. And through a chain of handwritten letters that she'd saved from Leo to her mom while he was stationed overseas, I'd find out that a lot more happened to Leo over there. On top of the standard issue box of wartime trauma distributed out to each soldier that enlisted, she slid the letters across the table like she was afraid to be associated with them. The silver cross that she wore around her neck disputed the ungodly claims against her heavenly father by her father on earth. Leo was a man hardened by war, and it showed in his first few letters that he'd sent home. His detached attitude was written in small cursive on a discolored piece of fragile paper. Great-Grandpa Leo was part of the 4th Infantry Division during the Hurtgen Forest Campaign in the late autumn and winter of 1944. Leo described the compact, dark evergreen canopy as blocking out nearly all sunlight, creating a perpetual despondency even during the day. Artillery shells constantly detonating in the high treetops, creating devastating tree bursts that rained down splinters and shrapnel. He titled it The Green Hell because it was so dense that the men lost direction within yards of their units. Compasses became difficult to follow, making isolation and disorientation the land's gospel. Leo's squad was held up along a remote draw off the main trail network. It was a bottleneck location where the infantry had to deal with narrow, mud-slicked ravines. The area was dotted with damp, subterranean concrete bunkers that were built by the Germans years prior that the unit could use as cavernous structures, a sanctuary away from the November rain that turned into freezing sleet. He mentions a strange incident when his patrol found an abandoned German bunker with a heavy steel door that was covered in deep scratches. While they were inspecting the marks, the men heard faint tapping from inside. They got ready to engage, but when they breached the door, Leo stumbled on a group of dead German soldiers. No combat wounds. Their bodies were found huddled together in a corner. All of them held frozen expressions of screams and chaos on their face. They'd barricaded themselves with their backs against a sealed, man-made tunnel that led to the woods, opposite the door an advancing American would enter from. I'd say that this is when the letters started to take a turn. The cursive on the next one was filled with messy handwriting and strained phrasing. Dated November. The artillery shelling had stopped, but the forest feels dead. No birds, no wind, just a pressure in the air that hung lower than the clouds. Leo described a night guard watch in a 2-man foxhole. His buddy, Private Miller, stepped out after hearing a distant call for help. Leo couldn't hear the voice, and before he could react, Miller crawled out of the foxhole and ran into the blackness of the woods. He vanished without a sound or gunshot. When the squad searched at dawn, they found Miller's rifle, driven barrel first into the frozen mud, with his dog tags hanging from the trigger guard. There was no follow-up after that. The next letter jumps to December 5th. He and his squad had been in a firefight all afternoon with a German unit. In this campaign, frontline foxhole lines were often separated by less than 200 yards across narrow ravines or thickets, a close enough distance that troops could frequently hear each other digging and talking. The Hütgen forest was a wall of towering, unmanaged fit trees, where visibility was routinely reduced to 20 or 30 feet, especially in December's heavy snow and in dense pine timber. Sound carries in erratic ways, but heavy combat noise creates a distinct rhythm. During a normal firefight, weapons fire directionally. The Americans could track the distinct buzz of the German MG-42's high rate of fire, or the pop of a Kar 98K rifle shooting at them from the opposite ridge. But suddenly, the firing pattern broke and the acoustics of combat changed. Leo wrote that German guns stopped aiming across the ravine at the GIs. Instead, their muzzle flashes pivoted about 90 degrees past, into their own rear ranks or up into the tree canopy. The Americans would hear German automatic weapons unleashing full bursts into empty woods behind their own lines. The commands their soldiers were shouting devolved into screams of pure disorientation and panic, a sound that's understandable, regardless of language. The German troops would fire their tripod-mounted parachute flares to illuminate their own perimeter, and through the fog, the white and green flare lights bathed the woods behind the German position, and Leo's squad would see inhuman silhouettes thrashing in the timber. There was an unnatural, abrupt end to the firefight. To a combat veteran, it was a terrifying indicator as to what happened. After 20 minutes of intense rifle and machine gun fire from both sides, everything goes dead silent at once. No wounded moaning, no reloading clicks, just total silence. The Americans listened to the sound of something heavy dragging through the frozen pine needles on the German side, and they prayed it wouldn't come their way. Ethel's mom would receive 2 more letters after that, before Leo would come home. In his last writings, there lacked a sense of gratefulness to be alive. They were short, maybe 2 paragraphs, that noted where he was, but didn't mention much else. What Leo experienced, I think, was more than war. It was more than what shell shock or PTSD could define. He didn't see images of dead soldiers when he went to sleep. What filled his mind was monsters he couldn't define. Ethel said that Leo used to believe that humans were the worst animals on planet Earth. But then he saw a group of creatures with the ability to enact greater violence, and it broke him. I did 2 tours as a combat medic before I transferred stateside to finish out my enlistment at a military hospital. And I'll say up front that by the time I got to that hospital, I thought I'd already seen everything a person could see. A certain flatness that I'd developed doing that job overseas, not because I stopped caring, but because caring at full volume all the time will burn you out inside a year. So you learn to keep some part of yourself at a professional distance. I figured that distance would serve me fine in a quiet stateside ward doing recovery care instead of triage. Ward C was where they put the long-term recovery cases. Mostly guys working through the slow, unglamorous parts of healing, the ones that don't make it into anybody's homecoming footage. Physical therapy, wound care, it's the quiet, grinding process that takes months instead of days. I like the ward, honestly. After 2 tours of chaos, the boredom of Ward C felt like a gift that I hadn't quite earned yet. There was a patient in the corner bed of Ward C named Danny Boyle, an infantryman working through a leg injury that had been there longer than most. Danny talked to himself, not in a concerning way, at least not at first. Plenty of guys did, working through boredom, working through worse things than boredom. Danny's version was specific, though. He'd have full conversations, pausing like he was listening to a response, laughing sometimes at something only he'd heard. When I asked him about it once, casually, just making conversation while changing his dressings, and he told me, completely straight-faced, that he was talking to Ramirez. I asked who Ramirez was. Danny looked at me like I'd asked something obvious, and he said, easy as anything, "My buddy. He's right there," and nodded toward the empty chair beside his bed. I did what you do with that kind of statement in a hospital ward. I noted it, gently in his chart, flagged it for the psych consult that was already standard for a lot of guys coming off of deployment, and I moved on with my rounds. People process things differently. Some guys process by not sleeping, by not eating. If Danny needed a friend in an empty chair to get through physical therapy, I wasn't going to make that harder for him by making a big deal out of it. The psych consult came back with nothing alarming, no delusions beyond the one specific contained belief. Ramirez, a friend from his unit, visiting him regularly. Easy and casual, never distressing, never disruptive to anything else. The doctor's note called it a coping mechanism and left it there. I figured that's what it was. I truly didn't think much more about it for maybe 6 weeks, and then I was on a night shift, doing my rounds alone through Ward C around 2 a.m. Most everyone was asleep. Danny's corner bed had its curtains half drawn, and as I passed by, I heard him mid-conversation, quiet, easy, a relaxed cadence that I'd heard a dozen times before during the day, except it was 2 a.m. and Danny was supposed to be asleep, same as everyone else. I almost kept walking, almost. But something about the ease in his voice made me pause outside that curtain, and I heard, clear as anything, a second voice answer him back. Low, male, a voice I didn't recognize. It was responding to something Danny had said with an easy laugh. The two of them going back and forth, exactly how you would with 2 friends, catching up, but I wouldn't have expected it from a friend that existed inside Danny's imagination. I pulled the curtain back, mostly on reflex, ready to find Danny talking in his sleep or another patient who'd wandered over for a chat. Danny was alone, sitting up in bed, wide awake, looking directly at the empty chair beside him with an expression of easy, unbothered familiarity. Like he'd just been caught mid-sentence with someone real. He looked at me, not embarrassed, not startled, and he just said, "Sorry, did we wake you?" Ramirez was just leaving anyway. I asked Danny who Ramirez was to him. Not what or who. I already had the chart's version of what, a coping mechanism, contained and harmless. But I wanted to know who he was to Danny. Danny told me, easy as ever, that Ramirez had been in his unit, been through 2 firefights together, saved his life once, pulling him out of a position that would have gotten him killed if he stayed another 30 seconds. He talked about him with the sort of warmth that you only reserve for people who matter the most. Present tense. Fondly. Like Ramirez was simply a friend who visited on a schedule that happened to include 2 in the morning. I didn't push further that night. I finished my rounds, wrote my notes, and went home telling myself that I'd imagined the second voice anyway, that exhaustion plays tricks on a person doing overnight shifts, that I'd heard Danny's own voice pitched differently mid-conversation with himself. I was really trying to get myself to believe that, but I didn't. Not fully. But it seemed easier to carry than the alternative, so I just carried it that way for a while, anyway. Danny got discharged about 2 months after that, healed up enough to finish his enlistment on lighter duty elsewhere. Before he left, I asked him, mostly out of curiosity that I hadn't been able to shake, whether Ramirez had ever actually been real. A friend from his unit, killed in action, maybe. Someone Danny's mind had kept present in a way that let him keep talking and keep processing, keep functioning through a recovery that would have been a lot harder to face alone. Danny was quiet for a second, which wasn't really like him. And then he said, yeah, Ramirez had been real. 8 months before Danny's own injury. Same unit, same convoy that had put Danny in that hospital bed to begin with. He said it plainly, with no distress. He's stating a fact, one that he'd made peace with a long time ago. I asked if he thought Ramirez had actually been visiting him, or if he understood that as something in his mind that he was doing to cope. He smiled. It was small and a little sad, and he said it didn't matter much to him which one was true. Either way, he said, Ramirez had gotten him through the worst stretch of his life, the same as he had overseas, and he wasn't in a hurry to examine that gift closely enough that it might stop working. I've thought about that answer a lot. I never heard the second voice again after Danny left. Not once in the 2 years that I worked at that ward afterwards. But I think about the empty chair sometimes and Danny's easy, unbothered certainty that someone was sitting in it. I've come to believe that there are some hauntings that aren't hauntings at all. It's just a friend keeping a promise made under fire, refusing to let go of a man that he'd already saved once. And I guess I just agree with Danny. Some gifts you just don't question. I remember laying in my bunk, not sleeping, but that was the goal. My eyes sort of darting around, a dance between closing them in an attempt to sleep and opening them from sheer insomnia. And then I saw 2 red things, about the same distance as someone's eyes. There were 2 of them, low and red, hanging in the dark above my rack, maybe 4 feet from my face. This wasn't a reflective red. It was lit, like something behind them was burning, and the light was just getting out through 2 small holes. I tried to sit up, and nothing moved. To say I couldn't move doesn't really cover it. My body had gone to sleep without me. Arms, legs, chest, all of it was heavy and gone, wired shut, while everything above my eyes stayed wide awake and screaming. I could see the ceiling pipes. I could see the rack across from mine, the shape of Kowalski's boots lined up under it. I could hear the fan at the end of the squad bay, turning over the same 3 notes that it turned over every night. All of that was real and ordinary, and I couldn't so much as twitch a finger against any of it. And of course, what was in front of me, that wasn't ordinary. Then the weight came down on my chest. It arrived all at once, not gradually. It was like something had stepped up onto me and settled, compressive. At the same time, I could see darkness cloaking me. With the darkness, I felt that my ribs stopped having anywhere to go. I got maybe a third of a breath in and I couldn't finish. And then I couldn't start another one. And the panic that came with that was worse than anything that the eyes were doing. Because a body that can't breathe doesn't care what's causing it. It just knows it can't breathe. I was panicking, but I couldn't move. I knew I was gasping for air, wondering, could anyone hear me? The eyes, they came closer. Whatever they belonged to was shaped roughly like a man and made of nothing. A hole cut into the dark. Aside from the glowing, there was no face. It lowered itself to me until I could feel cold coming off of it, against my cheek. And it stayed there. And it didn't do anything else. It just pressed and waited. I felt like it was waiting for me to die. I was 18 years old and 8 weeks into boot camp, and I never in my life been that scared. Not close. Every reflex that I had was firing at once, and none of them connected to anything. My eyes were the only part of me that were still taking orders, and I used them hard, sweeping the ceiling, the rack frame, anything, trying to make some part of my body understand it needed to move. I felt something in my throat move. I could tell the difference was that I had gotten sound out. Not a word, but something between a groan and a wet gasp. The noise that you make when you're underwater for too long and your body decides on its own that it's done. It was loud enough, though. In a room where 40 guys were dead asleep, it reached the rack next to mine. Kowalski was up fast, and he grabbed my shoulder and shook it, said my name. The second his hand landed, the whole thing let go at once. The weight, the cold, the eyes, gone in less than a blink. And my lungs, they slammed open, and I sucked air like I'd been pulled out of a pool. I sat up, and I couldn't stop shaking. Kowalski got me on my feet, walked me down to the squad bay and back twice. One hand on my arm the whole time, not saying much, just moving me. I remember the floor being cold through my socks, and I remember him asking if I needed the corpseman. And I said no, because I couldn't think of a single way to describe what had just happened that wouldn't get me a psych eval and a recycle. He asked what had happened. I told him the truth, badly. Something sat on me, it had red eyes. I couldn't move and I couldn't breathe, and I thought I was dying. He nodded and didn't really say much, almost as though it wasn't the first time someone had said something like that to him, but oh well. I've read plenty since about sleep paralysis. I know the mechanics and the body's own safety lock staying engaged a few seconds past waking, all that stuff. I understand that explanation, but I've never been able to make it fit what I saw. And also, I wasn't asleep. That's the big difference. My body might have fallen asleep, but my brain, it was awake. I just can't explain that. I shot photographs for the Navy for several years, mostly documentation work, ship operations, port visits, the endless official record of fleet doing its job. The part nobody asks me about is what you see from the rail on a long transit. I guess people just don't think to ask or don't understand how interesting it can be. In the deepest parts of the ocean, you steam past small boats, more than people would guess. Some of them look like they simply got loose from a mooring somewhere and nobody bothered chasing them down. Some look like someone lived aboard until they couldn't anymore. Tarps rotted through, containers scattered across the deck, a stain pattern that tells you more than you want to know. Sometimes it's obvious that someone's still aboard, and just as obvious that they haven't moved in weeks. You log what you can, report the position and description. Occasionally, somebody higher up decides it warrants a closer look, and mostly they don't, because the ocean is enormous, and a drifting hull with no distress signal isn't an emergency by any definition that fits in a logbook. I photographed dozens over the years, and I stopped feeling anything about most of them. That's not callousness. It's the same flatness that anyone develops doing a job long enough that the extraordinary becomes procedural. The one I still think about was in the South Pacific. Third week of a long transit, flat, calm, and a hard, bright sun. I was up on deck with a long lens shooting nothing in particular, when the lookout called a small craft off the starboard bow, maybe 600 yards out. Wooden hull, low freeboard. It was an open fishing boat that you see all over that part of the world. I put the lens on it, and there was a man standing amidship, waving, both arms overhead, the universal signal. He was wearing something pale, a shirt, maybe a jacket, and he was facing us directly. He was waving with the specific urgency of someone who's been waiting a very long time to be seen. I called it out. I shot maybe 15 frames in the space of 30 seconds while the bridge went through the process of confirming and reporting. And I remember the relief of it, the sense that for once we were going to actually get to do something instead of logging a position and steaming on. They put a boat in the water. Standard recovery approach. Took maybe 20 minutes to get alongside. There was nobody aboard. I heard the report come over the radio, and I didn't believe it. So I went and I found the boatswain's mate, the one who'd been on the recovery crew afterward, and I asked him directly. He told me the hole was empty. Not empty like someone had gone over the side recently, but empty like it had been that way for a very long time. Gear corroded solid. Sun damage on every surface that faced up. He said the boat had been drifting for months minimum, and that there was no body, no gear, nothing that suggested anyone had been aboard recently. I asked about the pale shirt. Were there any clothing? There was none. I went back to my berthing and pulled up the frames that I'd shot, expecting to find the whole thing explained. A tarp catching wind, a piece of debris standing upright, something mundane. But the frames, they just show an empty boat. All 15 photos, just flat sun, wooden hull, gear scattered across the deck just as the recovery team had described it. No one figure anywhere in any of them. Not a tarp, not a shape that I could point to and say, that's what I saw. There was nothing standing amidships at all. I finished out my enlistment, and I got out, and then I went civilian, shooting weddings and corporate work for a better part of a decade now. It's really good money, regular hours, and nobody dies. I thought this was going to be easy to get through, but this has proven to be quite a struggle just to start. Typing and deleting intimate details while contemplating what information is necessary for my simple ghost story without having to spill embarrassing sentiments I'd prefer not to share. She came to me in a dream before I got the news. It was my mom. I was 30-something and hadn't spoken to her since I was in my 20-somethings. Then out of nowhere, I had a vivid dream that I'd walked out of my bedroom and she was standing in my kitchen with her back to me. In real life, I would have lost my mind if I'd found her breaking in again. But in my dream, the rush of anger never got to me. I was curious more than surprised. I said, "Mom, what are you doing here?" The air in the room hung heavy, with the suffocating quiet of a memory that knew it didn't belong. The amber lighting that usually colored the kitchen was dulled with a touch of gloom to a shade I couldn't name. It rested gently on the slope of her shoulders and delicate line of her neck, framed by dark, wavy curls of hair. She didn't react when I asked my question. She didn't move, as if she was holding her breath, waiting for the dream to end. I said her name again and began to step closer until I saw her shoulder slowly shift. The moment was an agonizingly dry crunch that snapped the fragile silence in two, as her head swiveled over her shoulder, revealing skin that was gray and violently cracked, like hardened ash over dead skin. High, sharp cheekbones, shadowed by steep, bruised purple around the eyes. The soft contours of my mother's face had been hollowed out into something ghastly, brimming with an unnerving, vacant intensity. Looking at me with a single wide, unblinking sphere, glared sideways into the dim light. She was unmistakably my mother, but twisted into a horror that filled my chest with grief the moment she turned. In a low, monotone growl, she asked me why I let her die. I was heartbroken and confused because, in real life at the time, I didn't know she'd passed away. But in the dream, I believed what she was saying, even though she was standing right in front of me. And I started screaming back, telling her everything I'd ever held back. I unloaded on how terrible of a mother she was, and the dream ended with me yelling, "You need to go." And as I said the word go, all of the cabinet doors and the shelves burst open in the kitchen. The silverware exploded into the air. The ash that covered my mom let go of its bond with her. And she disappeared into a charcoal gray pile amongst the spoons and the forks on the ground where she was standing. My husband woke me up because my screams had escaped the dream, and I was thrashing around in the bed. We talked about what happened. He knows the story about my mom, so it was easier to talk about and therefore be talked down from anxiety's ledge. But when the morning did arrive, along with it came a phone call that could be heard vibrating in the pattern that I'd assigned when on silent. I'd accidentally left it plugged into the wall in the living room the night before and forgotten to take it to bed with me. I hadn't considered that to be a problem until it kept vibrating. When my courteous husband got up to retrieve it, he did a small jog out of the room, and then the next thing I heard was him go, "Ouch," and then boom, like he'd fallen. Feeling him hit the floor had me out of bed faster than I thought I could move. What I saw first was Dylan's body on the ground against the wall. There's a blood smear on the wall behind him that looked like it followed him down when he hit his head. Then I see the handle end of a fork levitating an inch off the ground next to his leg, and I realize that it somehow embedded itself into the muscle of his ankle. Not like he'd stepped on it, but like it was jabbed into him at an angle. I checked for breathing and cautiously got my phone to call 911, but by the time an operator picked up, Dylan was already waking back up. They still sent over paramedics to check him out and bandage up his ankle while he was there. I nearly dropped the phone when I noticed the cabinets, the drawers, and the cupboards. They were all completely open, like the house had tilted forward, but gravity had nothing to do with it. I began sobbing, still trying to give the woman our address, and prompting her to ask increasingly more questions that leaned towards the safety of me over my husband. When the ambulance arrived is when I had the idea to start closing everything before they actually entered the home. I'd quickly closed a drawer and picked up a few spoons before they came in, but it wasn't enough to avoid the judgmental attitudes that the two men had as they scanned the house, saw the mess of silverware still scattered around Dylan. All I could say was, "It's not usually like this," when one of them suggested not leaving spoons and forks on the floor to avoid another injury. I was mortified. Even with the golf-sized bump on his head, Dylan reminded me of the whole reason that he'd gotten up in the first place, by asking who called my phone so many times. That's when I checked my messages, and I got the news from my uncle about my mom's death. I didn't ask how she died. I didn't want to know. I was told that I could pick up her ashes the following Thursday. He'd given me an address that I'd write down by hand and stick to the fridge. She was cremated and handed to me in a standard, nondescript box, sealed with packing tape, and my mom's full hyphenated last name spelled out in capitals with blue Sharpie. I'm sure there's something more inside this box. A proper urn, possibly just a smaller, sturdier box. I can't assume the brothers that wouldn't help her while she was alive would spring for anything too fancy. I knew this day was coming for years, but those years were also spent mourning the loss that hadn't come yet. And when it finally did, I had no more tears to give. She still sits in the box that she came in. I don't know if I'll ever open it. Not for resentment purposes, but just because I don't want to emotionally deal with it. And I hope in death she understands. I forgive you, but that's all I have to offer right now. I worked the night desk at a self-storage facility for 2 years during grad school. Overnight access was allowed for renters with the code, so it wasn't unusual to have someone show up at 2 or 3 in the morning to grab something from their unit. I got used to the rhythm of it pretty fast. Most nights, nothing happened at all. The facility had 6 rows of units, all indoor, climate-controlled, long fluorescent-lit hallways that all looked identical enough that new renters got lost their first few visits. My desk sat at the front, with a bank of monitors showing feeds from the hallway cameras, mostly so I could buzz people in and out without leaving my chair. I started noticing Unit 214 about 4 months into the job. It wasn't the unit itself that caught my attention at first, it was the motion sensor light above it, which flickered on every so often on the camera feed, with nobody in frame to trigger it. Motion lights do that sometimes. Dust, bugs, a loose wire. It was easy not to think much of it at first. Facilities like that always have some minor electrical quirk that nobody's bothered fixing. What changed my mind was the sound. I was doing my usual round about 1 in the morning, walking the hallways to check locks the way that I'm required to do once a shift. And I heard something coming from behind the door of Unit 214 as I passed it. A dragging sound, slow, heavy. It was a very specific noise. The sound of something large being pulled across concrete a few inches at a time. I stopped and listened, waiting for it to make sense. A renter inside rearranging boxes, maybe. Though the hour was unusual, even for our overnight regulars. I knocked, told whoever was inside that we required check-ins after midnight per the rental agreement. Standard line, nothing unusual about what I was saying. The dragging stopped immediately. No response or footsteps. I checked the access log at my desk when I got back. Nobody had badged into that row in 6 hours. And the last person to badge into 214 specifically had done so 11 months earlier. I let it go mostly because I didn't know what else to do with it. Empty unit, dead quiet. An access log that flatly contradicted what I'd just heard. I told myself I'd misjudged which door the sound had come from. Facilities like that play tricks on you acoustically. Sound bouncing strangely down long concrete hallways. Well, it happened again 3 weeks later. Same time, same dragging sound. This time I didn't knock. I stood there and I just listened to it instead, trying to place what it reminded me of. And I settled, eventually, on something that made my stomach drop before I could talk myself out of the comparison. It sounded exactly like something being pulled, slow and effortful. The specific rhythm of dead weight being dragged rather than something being carried. I started avoiding the hallway on my nightly rounds after that. Put a word into the manager to check the unit so I wouldn't have to. Cutting my walk short, telling myself I'd check the important units and the rest could wait until the daylight shifts. I lasted about 6 weeks doing that before my manager asked why my round times had gotten so inconsistent. I had to start walking the full loop again, whether I wanted to or not. There was nothing wrong with Unit 214, according to my manager. But the worst night came near the end of my second year there. I was walking past 214, moving fast, not stopping. And that's when the dragging started up right as I passed the door. Not muffled this time, it was close and immediate. Like whatever was making it had been waiting just behind the metal for the sound of my footsteps to start again. And then it stopped. Dead silence. It was heavier than the noise. And then there was a voice. Low, male. It came from the door clear enough that I heard every word. Almost got it. Instead of booking it in the other direction, I just stood there in paralyzing stillness, my body refusing every instruction that my brain tried to send it. It was around this time that the curiosity, it got the better of me. I looked up the unit's rental history that next day, using access I probably shouldn't have used for personal curiosity. But the last renter had defaulted on payment 11 months prior. Content scheduled for lien auction. Never claimed by anyone. Sitting untouched behind that door ever since. Facility records showed nothing unusual about the tenant. No death on file, no incident report. Nothing that explained a voice that shouldn't have had anyone behind it to belong to. I quit 2 months later. Told my manager that it was for a heavier course load, which was true enough to not feel like a lie. Besides my experience itself, I have often wondered about whoever eventually won that unit in the auction. Did they hear, have they heard what I heard? Dragging, muffled sounds of what seemed to be the living, but clearly it's not. Let's go back. 3 years. I'm suddenly awake, and before I think to listen, I look at the clock. 3 a.m. Something's breathing in my room. Not me. I know my own breathing. And this is heavier, wetter, coming from somewhere down near the foot of the bed. I lie still and I listen, telling myself it's the radiator, telling myself it's the neighbor's TV bleeding through the wall, and neither of those explanations survives more than a few seconds against the actual sound. In, out, a low rasp on the exhale, like something working hard to pull air through a narrow space. I don't move. My hand is closest to the lamp, 6 inches from the switch, and I can't make myself reach for it. The mattress shifts. A weight settles near my feet, real enough that I feel my body tilt slightly towards it. I pull my knees up fast, putting distance between myself and whatever just claimed that space. And the breathing gets louder and closer, moving up the length of the bed towards me in the dark. I finally hit the light. Nothing. The room is empty. Dresser, chair, a pile of laundry I never dealt with. Nothing on the bed but rumpled sheets. The breathing stops the instant the light comes on, cut off mid-breath, like something had been caught and knew it. I sit there with my back against the headboard for a long time, telling myself it's over, and it isn't. The second the room goes dark again, and it does because I can't sleep with the lamp on and eventually exhaustion wins, the breathing starts back up. Patient, unhurried, like it's been waiting for me to give up the light. There's something different now, though, that I feel. Familiarity. I don't know. But this time, it touches my leg. Not a grip, just a press, warm, low on my shin, exactly where a head might rest if something had climbed up and settled there. I don't scream. I really want to, but nothing comes out. My whole body is just locked around the fact that I can feel weight and warmth and breath, and there's nothing actually there. Not when I finally force myself to look. Nothing but my own leg under the blanket, where the pressure still, impossibly remains. I say something. I really don't want to. It just sort of comes out of me, small and stupid. The first thing that rises up past the fear. Who's there? The breathing changes, softens, slows into something almost content, and the weight on my shin shifts, resettles. The exact motion of an animal circling once before it lies back down. And then I understand, all at once, what I've been lying rigid against for the last 10 minutes. I haven't heard that particular rhythm of breathing in over 3 years. Not since the vet's office. Not since I held her while the room went quiet around us. But I'd know it anywhere. The small hitch on the inhale she always had. The way she used to climb up and settle exactly there, at my shins, every single night of her life. Like she was standing guard over the one part of me that I'd left uncovered. I put my hand down into the dark, onto the place where the warmth was, half expecting my fingers to close on nothing. They don't. For one full second, impossibly, I feel fur. I stopped being afraid then. I lay there with my hand resting on something that I couldn't see and I couldn't explain, and I didn't want to. Listening to her breathe the way that she used to breathe until, somewhere in that comfort, I finally fell asleep. And in the morning, there was nothing on the bed at all. Maybe the faint impression in the comforter, right at my feet. The exact size and shape of a small dog curled up for the night. Working maintenance for an apartment complex was a lot like hosting a daily reality show that nobody auditioned for. If we're being completely honest, the job description was essentially 50% dodging unexplainable hazards and 50% navigating a wild spectrum of human personalities. On one end, you had the absolute gems, people whose apartments were immaculate, who treated you like family, who might even offer you a cold drink. On the exact opposite end, you had places that made you question the survival instincts of the modern human. It was gross, it was chaotic, but if nothing else, it was an unbeatable masterclass in human nature. And for me, at just one place, it was something else entirely. That place was a building called the Holloway, which was a nicer name than it had earned. Built sometime in the 1920s, 6 stories, pre-war construction. Walls were thick enough that you never heard your neighbors, and the pipes were old enough that you heard everything else. Management redid the lobby twice in the years that I worked there. New paint, new fixtures, all of it dressing up a building that was fundamentally the same as it had been 90 years earlier underneath. Part of that underneath was the intercom. Every unit had a panel by the door, brass housing gone dull with age, a small speaker grill with a single unmarked button. It hadn't functioned since before I started, and I worked there almost 11 years. The building switched to a keyed electronic system sometime in the 90s. Long enough before my time that whoever had made that decision had probably retired twice over by that time. Nobody ever pulled the old wiring, though. It would have meant tearing into plaster in every single unit. No property management in the history of property managers has ever authorized that kind of expense for a system nobody uses. So the panel stayed decorative, mostly. A few tenants asked me over the years if they still worked, and I told them all the same thing. No, dead copper, no power running to it, hadn't for decades. I knew that because I was the one who confirmed it, back when I first started, tracing the lines myself out of nothing but curiosity on a slow Tuesday. The last year I worked there was a strange one for me, because I wasn't a guy who got spooked by a house settling. 11 years of maintenance work, it strips that instinct out of you fast. You learn every creak, every knock, every reason a building makes noise until none of it surprises you anymore. And yet here I was, surprised. If I had to guess, I'd say it started right away, but I didn't allow myself to see things for what they were until much later. Small things, small enough that I didn't think anything of it at first. Sometimes I'd be alone in the basement, checking the boiler, and get a specific prickle at the back of my neck. The prickle to indicate someone standing behind you. I'd turn around. Nothing. Just the boiler, the pipes, the building. I chalk it up to the basement being the basement. Nobody loved being alone down there. Not even guys who have worked in one for over a decade. But then things started happening in the stairwell. The Holloway had an old service stairwell on the north side. Rarely used since most tenants took the elevator. Poorly lit even with the bulbs I kept replacing on schedule. I'd be heading up with a toolbox and I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye. A shape passing a landing above or below me, gone by the time I looked directly at it. For a long while I assumed it was just tenants. People did use that stairwell. Not often, but often enough that a shadow crossing a landing shouldn't have meant anything. Except I started noticing the timing didn't line up. I'd hear a door open 2 floors up, footsteps starting down, but by the time I climbed that landing, there was nothing. No door swinging shut or no one continuing past me. It'd just be an empty stairwell, but I'd have that same prickle at my neck, telling me I'd missed something by half a second, every single time. I stopped mentioning it to anyone for a while, mostly because there wasn't anything concrete enough to mention. You can't tell your property manager that you feel like you're being watched in a stairwell. That's not a maintenance request. That's a conversation that ends with someone quietly wondering if you're doing okay and possibly puts you on the chopping block. But it kept stacking up, small thing after small thing, until I couldn't keep dismissing all of it as coincidence. I'd be in a unit doing a routine repair alone, and I'd hear the sound of a conversation through the wall, muffled, indistinct. 2 voices trading off, the ordinary background noise that you'd expect in an occupied building, except that the units on either side were empty that particular week. Tenants traveling, one mid-move out. I checked both, out of nothing but professional thoroughness. Empty, quiet. Nothing that could explain what I heard. Tenants started mentioning things too. Mrs. Alvarez on 4 told me that she sometimes heard someone humming in the hallway late at night, always stopping the second she opened her door to look. A younger guy on 2, new to the building, laughed it off while telling me that he kept thinking that someone was standing just beside his shoulder while he cooked. Close enough to feel, gone the instant he turned around. None of them seemed scared exactly. It was just more interest and puzzled. Honestly, it's exactly the kind of thing that you mention to a maintenance guy, and how you would mention it to a maintenance guy. You don't really expect to see this person again, but you are expecting maybe a practical explanation. You're not expecting to be told there isn't one. I didn't have a practical explanation for any of it, and that bothered me more than I let on at the time. 11 years, and my whole professional identity had been built on being the guy who always had an explanation. Old wiring, settling foundations, drafts finding gaps that nobody sealed properly. I could explain almost anything in that building. That was the job. And for the first time, I had a stack of small, unrelated, individually dismissible things that didn't add up to anything I could write on a work order. I wasn't losing sleep over any of this. Not yet. It was isolated, spread out over months, easy enough to file away as an old building being an old building, and I was busy enough to do that. I'd worked in older buildings before. They all get a personality eventually. A handful of stories the tenants trade at the mailboxes. I figured the Holloway was just accumulating its own. What changed my mind wasn't any of that. It was apartment 4C. 4C had been vacant the entire 11 years I worked there. Longer, actually. The file in the office listed the last move-out date a full decade before I'd even started. Some kind of real estate situation that never got fully resolved. Rent control tangled up with a family dispute nobody in management wanted to touch. I'd been inside maybe 3 times total, doing nothing more than the state-mandated periodic checks, smoke detectors, water shutoffs, making sure nothing had gone wrong in the unit that nobody was paying attention to. It was unremarkable, as you'd expect. Dust. A few pieces of furniture that were too heavy or too worthless for anyone to clear out. A single armchair by the window that had gone gray with age under the film of grime. I was doing a routine walk of the 4th floor, checking a leak that a tenant in 4B had reported, and I heard something through the wall. 2 voices. A man and a woman, mid-conversation. The cadence of people who'd had the same argument enough times that neither of them needed to raise their voice anymore. I couldn't make out their words, just their tone. His was low and placating. Hers, tighter, clipped. Filled with a sort of exhausted irritation that comes from a fight neither person actually wants to be having anymore. I checked 4B first on reflex, because that's the unit I was actually working in. Empty, owner traveling, exactly as scheduled. The voices weren't coming from there. They were coming from 4C. I stood in the hallway a long moment before I let myself accept what I already knew. The vacant had been empty for over a decade. That I held the only working key besides the property managers, and that nobody had any business being in there. So the voices I was hearing were coming through a wall, shared not with a living unit, but an empty one, that I'd personally confirmed dead quiet on 3 occasions. I let myself in, empty, exactly as it always was. Dust, undisturbed, on the floor in a pattern that told me nobody had walked through that room in a very long time. The armchair sat exactly where it always did. In the intercom panel by the door, brass, unmarked button, indistinguishable from every other dead panel in that building. Yet the voices, they were coming from it. I stood in front of that panel for I don't know how long, listening to a conversation that I had no way of receiving, through a system that had no power running to it, in a unit that had been empty since before I'd set foot in the building. So I did what any of us would do. I pried the housing off the wall right there. Found exactly what I expected to find. Wire, cut clean, years earlier. Nothing live anywhere near it. And yet I stood there holding a dead piece of copper in my hand while the voices continued through the speakers. I left that unit faster than I've left anywhere in my life. I didn't tell the property manager what I'd heard. I told him that the leak in 4B needed a part that I didn't have on hand, and I went home. And I lay awake most of the night turning over 11 years of dismissible things that I'd never quite let myself add together. I gave notice about 2 months later. Told everyone it was for the pay bump at a nonprofit, which wasn't a lie, just not the whole truth. Never went back to 4C after that day. I didn't need to. I already knew what had happened in there. In that certain way that you know things that you can't really prove. That whatever those two voices were still arguing about, they'd been arguing about it for a decade before I'd even heard a word of it. And they'd go on arguing about it for as long as possible. Long after I stopped being the man responsible for that building's dead wiring. Whatever kept that argument going long enough to outlast a decade of silence, I hope eventually they finished it. I like to think somebody deserves to. If we were to shake hands, you may or may not notice that I'm missing my ring and middle finger. I've gotten pretty good at hiding it over the years, but I've gotten even better at embracing it. When people ask, I tell them that I had an accident with a garbage disposal when I was little, and that is technically what happened. But the how and the why is a disputed topic between me and my mom. Her logic falls short, but she drags it across the finish line with pure stubbornness. I guess I do the same thing as well with my convictions. And she wonders where I get it from. Her name's Latrice, but family and friends shortened it up to Tracy since before I was born, and this story is as much about her as it is me. A smart, beautiful woman who's absolutely unmovable when she puts her foot down on a topic. I learned to navigate my arguments with strategic procedure, like a debate. The garbage disposal accident wasn't debatable. However, she simply refused to believe me when I told her that I wasn't able to reach the switch that had turned the disposal on. She said I wasn't being honest about that, insinuating that I might be too embarrassed to explain what really happened. Nobody was saying that I did something that horrific to myself on purpose. I could have bumped something that flipped the switch. I knew more than anyone in the room exactly how it happened. The fact that nobody believed me was partially from my mom's boisterous dismissal in the room with the doctors. And what I was telling them was that I thought our house was haunted, and by a mean ghost. The only way I would have gotten the doctors to believe me was if my mom had my back and said, yeah, there's been a couple of things that we've experienced since moving in. But that meant that she would have had to admit it to herself, a truth that she'd been denouncing since the first box was unpacked. Sitting on the hospital bed with a few pounds of gauze wrapped around my hand and a painkiller beginning to creep up my toes with a doling cue, I was still able to perfectly detail what happened. But it was chronicled as a fictitious story made up by a scared little three-fingered girl. It didn't matter. Them believing me wouldn't have changed the outcome. But what hurt more than the spinning blades was how my mom treated the situation, putting on a shock and awe, almost disciplinary show for the nurses, when she knew I would have never been able to reach my right arm inside the kitchen sink while still being able to reach over far enough and tap the switch. Why would she think I'd intentionally do that? I was able to ask her this in between naps and the drool-inducing pills I took to subdue the throbbing pain that stagnated my waking moments of clarity. Looking back on it today, I'm sure she herself was reacting out of the same embarrassment that she'd projected onto me. No doubt that it was a horrible way to handle that emotion in public, I'd even go so far as to say that it was one of the worst options she could have chosen in my time of need. Her frustration left an odd resentment that I'd pack away until my journey into motherhood finally allowed me to at least understand her a little better. When my son got his first real shiner from a pop fly baseball, the little goof tried catching it with his face instead of the glove I'd bought him. Take off the baseball gear and put him in regular kid clothes. It looked like one of those magazine ads, with the trembling child being eclipsed by the adult silhouette with its arm raised. And to the public, I was the silhouette. You wouldn't believe the amount of sneers and dirty looks I got when I took him into the grocery store with me. It was humiliating, but unlike my mom. I didn't blame him for my blood boiling every time someone would whisper to their husband or wife as they pointed at me like I beat my kids, debating amongst themselves if they should step in and ask the poor child if mommy hits with an open or closed hand. I couldn't tell everyone we'd passed that I'm not a bad mom, my kid just sucks at baseball. Long story short on that one, we found out he was terribly nearsighted. Instead of a glove, I should have been getting him glasses. I asked why he didn't tell me that he couldn't see. He said that he thought that it was what everyone saw. Made sense to me. So we got him glasses. Problem solved. The childhood issue that had resulted in the injury that I'd get, that made my mom feel like a bad parent, well, it wasn't so A to B. We lived in a low-income housing area when I was young, and we were surviving off of my mom's disability, while slowly draining through the money that was put into savings from a malpractice lawsuit she'd received a few years earlier. Nowadays, she says that house was a squalor. But I was old enough to remember how proud she was to hold the keys in her hand for the first time. This was right after, near the end of her and my dad breaking things off, because they'd constantly be arguing on the phone. When we first moved in, we didn't have a lot of furniture, so the sound of their back and forth would echo off the walls and fold back onto itself. The house held a heavy air both of us could feel. Tracy's instinctive resilience was a necessity for us to acclimate there. She bent over backwards trying to remain positive and optimistic around me, but I could hear what she really thought when she'd have her nightly sparring session with my dad over the phone. Tracy hated where we lived. She hated the gunshots that she'd have to tell me were fireworks every night. She hated having to do it alone. Hope was like lighting a candle to warm the house. The dancing flicker was a nice distraction in the dark, but it provided no relief from the impenetrable cold. I'd consider this period in our lives more than a struggle. It was an oppressive emotional weight that soaked into our molecules, long before the source made itself known with an act of malicious intent. This involved a box of nails and a story I wouldn't get till much later. My mom had left them sitting on a counter in a perfectly reasonable way. She'd hung up some picture frames before taking a shower. Midway through her shower, she heard an indistinguishable crash through the water, rushing down her ears. It was an isolated single noise that came with a trickled resonance she would have only been able to hear with the shower off. To her, it sounded like a picture frame had come loose. Nothing worth cutting the shower short to investigate. But then the lights in the bathroom turned off, and the bright glare behind her eyelids snapped to pitch black. She opened her eyes, but it made no difference. Then a steady rumble of the pipes died instantly, replaced by a jarring silence. The only sound left was the erratic drips of the shower head slowing down, echoing like a ticking clock against a wet tub. The blackness was briefly interrupted when the bulbs performed a series of 3 quick, bright flashes, 3 slow ones, and then 3 more quick bursts before staying out permanently. Reaching out blindly, her slick palm skidded against the wall until she found her towel and wrapped it tightly around herself. A cold trickle of water ran down the back of her neck, but the chill that anchored her to the spot had nothing to do with the shower. Her shiver was as much from tension as it was from fear. Fumbling her way to the bathroom door, she turned the knob and pulled it open. The air felt different. Colder, stiller, almost expectant. My snoring and the faint high hum of electrical appliances were the things producing sound in the house as Tracy stretched her arm out to flip on the hallway light. The switch was located just outside the bathroom door, requiring some effort to lean out and tap. This half-hearted lean that she made potentially saved her from a surprise ER visit of her own, because when she took that tentative step forward into the dark, her bare, wet sole stuck faintly to the hardwood. It was a shuffle that bumped her lead foot into a cluster of small, hard, metallic objects. It sounded like rain on a tin roof when they all fell, shattering the quiet like breaking glass. Tracy recoiled, instantly pulling her leg back to the bath mat. Slowly, she dropped to one knee and blindly swept her hand inches above the floorboards. Her fingertips brushed against the thin, cold metal that had scattered seemingly everywhere she felt. Leaning back, she grabbed her Motorola flip phone and opened it to use the soft glow of the screen for illumination. Leaning lower, her eyes straining against the pitch-black void, she hovered it centimeters above the ground. A narrow beam of soft green light barely touched the ground. It was enough for her to see dozens of long iron nails that reflected the light back. The majority of them dispersed right outside the bathroom door, where she'd nearly stepped. Then the shower jolted back to life, along with all of the electricity in the house. That's when she could see the actual amount of nails that had spilled from the box into the hallway. She cautiously stepped around the nails and noticed that the box was still on the banister, where she'd put it. The only difference now was that the contents were all over the ground. The box didn't look like it had spilled casually, but somehow Tracy didn't want to believe that she'd been set up deliberately. Hundreds of sharp, 3-inch spikes, balanced carefully on their flat heads, pointing straight up toward the ceiling like a tiny, cruel bed of daggers. Her shuffled step had sent a cluster of them skittering across the floor, knocking them over before her weight could descend. It was a matter of inches, and her full body weight would have been driven into those points, clean through the flesh of her bare foot. When I woke up the next morning, I was none the wiser. She'd already picked up all of the nails and talked herself down enough to tell me what had happened in a nonchalant way, like it was an inconvenient mistake and nothing more. The story sounded strange when I heard it over breakfast, but she was the adult. I didn't know any better, especially not enough to argue physics with her. It was that survival instinct in her to make the best of circumstances. We were in no place to move anywhere. Beggars can't be choosers, and a haunted house was better than no house. Tracy became an encyclopedia of excuses for anything abnormal that would happen around the house. She and I would hear a raspy voice that sounded like it was coming from behind the wall, that she blamed on expanding pipes. Cold spots were places that the sun couldn't touch with its rays. The cold spots would show up randomly, but she stuck to that answer. Footsteps were critters in the attic. Once, she and I were getting home from a school event, and when we walked in the door, both of us clearly saw a shadow that had its own dimensions. It was standing in the center of the living room and disappeared in a blink when we yelped at the same time. Quickly regaining her composure, she said that the moon's light must have played a trick and that was the couch's shadow. It made no sense and was easily one of her lamest excuses. But arguing that meant knowing my way around a geometry book. And I would have been swinging way out of my weight class on that one. So that shadow person that disappeared was actually the couch's shadow, cast at a weird angle. Okay, I don't know if telling me those things actively made me dumber as a child, but I know I didn't ask the questions I was thinking. My life-changing moment happened when I set my plate in the sink to be washed. An avocado pit had rolled into the garbage disposal, and when I turned it on, the whole kitchen counter began to shake. Then the pit jammed the gears. The on-off button was third in a row of switches located next to the sink. The first two were for the lights, and the third was the disposal. Again, I was small, so actually reaching them would require me to basically pull myself onto the counter and then Superman stretch for the switch. And that's what I did. Then I got back down and moved the stepladder to the sink so I could fish out the avocado pit. When I stuck my hand into the slimy hole of the sink, I found it stuck on a blade and lodged against the inner wall. It didn't budge from a gentle tug, and I had to keep trying to reposition my hand to get a good grip. As I was pushing and pulling, trying to loosen it, the whole sink changed to a bright amber glow. I momentarily stopped breathing until I realized that it was just the light from above the sink, but it was turning on. Then my attention went right back to the avocado pit. I registered the second top light turn on from its reflection in the glass window directly in front of the sink. On the panel next to the sink, I was able to observe the switches had physically changed position from off to on. I was halfway up to my forearm in the disposal, but I was still pondering about the lights, staring at the panel, but more thinking in my head. This sounds drawn out, but it all happened in a matter of seconds. Lights turned on. I looked over just in time to see the third switch on the panel move from off to on by itself. My brain received the information a fraction too late for me to get my hand out before the blades could do a few vicious rotations around my hand until a finger seized the gears again. By then, the damage was done. After pulling my hand out, I lost consciousness, smacked my face on the counter on the way down. My mom heard a horrific mixture of noises and came out to find me on the ground in a growing pool of blood. She didn't wait for an ambulance. She picked my body up, ran me out to the passenger seat of her car to go to the hospital. And that's where I started this whole thing. Nothing changed after the hospital. Tracy didn't have an instantaneous resolution. There was nowhere else that we could go at that time in our lives. The haunting simply became a permanent, mundane feature of the house. It lived there long before and after we did. As I'd turn off my bedroom light, I'd hear the noises and the familiar rasping breath behind the drywall. I didn't run anymore, though. I just set an alarm for school and went to bed. I'm sure some of you on here are familiar with Naked and Afraid, the show. Well, I recently binged the XL series. Basically, naked people go out into the wilderness and try to survive with very little in the way of tools. They get to bring one item each. Sometimes they get a pot for boiling water. Most people bring machetes, fire starters, or mosquito nets, and everything else must be acquired in the wild. It sounds ridiculous, and maybe some of it is fake. I really don't know, but it's also addictive. I mean, these people are stark naked, no shoes, no nothing. But then they go out there and build shelters, collect resources, and many contestants make it all the way to the end. Sometimes that's 40 days, sometimes it's 60. Either way, it's insane. It's one of those things that makes you think, gosh, I wonder if I could do that. Well, spoiler alert, I could not. I only wanted to try for a weekend just for fun, just to see what it was like. When I got a nice secluded spot in the woods, I stripped down just like in the show. Then I took 3 steps and decided to put my shoes back on. The ground was covered in stickers, rocks, painful roots. There was just no way. When I went to sit down, the reality of what it meant to have my naked bits touching the ground set in, and I put my pants back on. At that point, it felt ridiculous to walk around topless, so I decided it was unnecessary to emulate every part of the show. Once my clothes were back on, I decided to get water from a nearby creek. It looked absolutely disgusting, even after I boiled it. There was no way that I was going to put that into my body. None. Luckily, I brought emergency bottled water and drank that instead. What's one more concession? The real challenge would be building a shelter and finding food. Now, I went into this knowing I wasn't going to kill some poor animal just so that I could pretend I was on a reality show. But there are plenty of fruits and berries in the area I visited. Theoretically, food should have been the easy part. It wasn't. I got lost. But Alicia, your phone has GPS. Yes, but I was playing a stupid game, so I left my phone at the campsite. That's how smart I am. I had been to that area before, but never ventured quite so far. Nothing looked familiar. I didn't leave any kind of trail to follow back. I kept thinking that I would find food just around the next bend, and then suddenly I was miles away from my campsite. Eventually I saw a building through the tree line and wept with joy. I had no flashlight, so I was going to be a whole different kind of screwed once it got dark. I ran to the clearing and found an old church building with a small graveyard behind it. I was very disheartened to learn that there were no people around. I searched inside the chapel and found nothing of use, just a few short rows of pews. In the daylight, it was a picturesque setting, like something out of a rustic painting, but I had a feeling that wouldn't be the case in an hour. I was relieved to see that there was a dirt road I could possibly follow to some sort of civilization. But alas, that too was a bust. I walked as far as I could, but the sun was working against me. I had to choose between going back to the church and sheltering for the night, or continuing down an unknown road into total darkness. I chose the church. By the time I made it back, the sun had completely set. The only light came from a small, starry patch in the overcast sky. The church was almost pitch black inside, so all I could do was feel for a pew and lay down. The hardwood hurt my back and my ass instantly. The thought of sleeping till morning was the only thing keeping me calm, and now that was gone too. I cried like a child. I was full on sobbing, having one of those what the fuck was wrong with me moments. I do that kind of shit all the time. I think something looks fun, so I dive in 100% without an ounce of research, and then I screw myself over. Every single time. After a few minutes, I thought my sobs were echoing. It sounded like a second person had started crying outside, but when I stopped, it stopped. The first time I thought that I was losing my mind, but after it happened a second and third time, I was sure. I wasn't hearing myself. This was from an entirely different person. I felt my way to the door and called out. No one answered, but something took a few steps closer in my direction. That's when the fear set in. There wasn't even starlight to see by. It was just black. I hadn't thought about the reasons someone would be sneaking around in the dark. It wasn't very likely that someone else just so happened to get lost on the same night, also without a flashlight. I didn't know what to do. I stood there frozen. I'm not sure for how long, probably only a minute or two. But then the crying suddenly started again. It was loud and mournful. It sounded like the source was standing right next to me. Imagine someone is crying on your shoulder. It was exactly that. I reached out for whoever it was. I felt like if I could just get my hands on them, they would have to explain themselves or kill me. Either way, I had to know what I was dealing with. I couldn't handle the uncertainty, but I only grabbed air. I swear I reached through the sound. There's no way I didn't at least brush against someone, standing that close. Then I remembered the graveyard, and I got really scared. My dumbass not only got lost in the woods, I got stranded in a haunted church. Who the fuck does that? I ran back inside, slammed the door behind me, like it would actually help if a ghost were chasing me. I sat down right against the door and I didn't move for a long time. Once the crying stopped, it didn't start again, and I was finally able to calm down a little. Eventually, I decided to feel my way back to the pew, but when my hand found one, it felt wrong. The arms were standard pew arms, smooth wood with slight curves like you'd see in any church. As I probed further, I realized something was on top of the arm and lifted it with both hands, trying to get a feel for what it could be. I really don't know how to describe it outside of saying exactly what I think it was. It was a skeletal hand, 4 fingers, a thumb, a goddamn hand. Not a living one, of course. Whatever I held was definitely dead. When I pulled, it was like pulling on a body, and it fell toward me. I let go and jumped back, expecting to hear it hit the ground, but there was no sound at all. I wasn't brave enough to go feeling around again, so I made my way back to the door, leaned against it until there was enough sunlight to hit the road. It was absolutely the longest night of my life. Sometimes the floors would creak or there would be a sound outside, but nothing seemed to get close to me. When there was finally enough light to see my surroundings, I could confirm there was no skeleton present in the chapel, nor anything else that I could have mistaken for one. It seems like a completely normal church, and outside there was a peaceful little cemetery, no trace of the previous horrors in sight. I ended up walking down the road for over an hour before a nice old lady stopped and asked if I needed help. She took me back to my campsite where I promptly packed my things and got the hell out of there. I was 5 years old when my sister drowned. She was 3. I want to say that plainly at the start because I've spent a lot of time finding ways not to say it plainly, and I'm tired of that. My sister Rosie drowned in my grandparents' backyard pool on a Saturday afternoon in July while my parents and I were at a movie. I don't remember what movie. I've tried to remember, and I can't. And I obviously don't ask my parents. It feels like its own kind of punishment, not knowing that I can't even give that afternoon a shape beyond the one it has, which is the afternoon everything changed. My grandfather was watching her. He was a good man, and he loved her completely. And he looked away for a moment, the way that people do look away, the way everyone looks away, the way you do 1,000 times a day without consequence, and then one time, the world doesn't forgive you for it. He never forgave himself, either. He died 11 years later, and I don't think he had a single day between then and his death where he didn't carry it. My grandmother went 4 years after him. I think she carried it too, in her own quiet way. I don't say any of this to assign blame or guilt or to bring sadness. I say it because the weight of what happened that afternoon spread through our family like water finding every crack. And if you're going to understand what I'm about to tell you, you should understand that first. My parents retold me the story when I was old enough to hold it, reminding me we were at the movies when it happened. So, while I was sitting in the dark watching something I can't remember, Rosie was in the backyard. That by the time my grandparents found her, it was already too late. I've known this my whole life. I've known it, and I've lived alongside of it. I've had decades to make some kind of peace with it. And I'll be honest and say that peace is partial and always will be. I was 29 when I saw her. My parents had gone to visit my aunt in Phoenix for 2 weeks. I'd offered to stay at their house, water the plants, collect the mail. Kind of practical thing that gives you a reason to be somewhere without having to explain that you just wanted to be near rooms that you grew up in for a little while. I'd been going through a hard year. Nothing catastrophic, just the accumulated weight of my late 20s pressing down. My parents' house felt like the right place to breathe for a bit. I slept in my old bedroom. Same furniture, mostly. Same window facing the backyard. I didn't look at the backyard much. I never had. Not since we moved back into the house the following year. After everything. We used to have a pool of our own back there. But my parents had it filled in when I was 7. There was a garden there now. My mother's roses, which she tended to with devotion. I've always understood that it was about more than roses. My second night, I woke up at some point in the deep middle of it. No sound, no reason. I was just awake, the way you sometimes are. The room dark and still around me. She was standing at the foot of my bed. I knew it was her before I understood what I was seeing. That's what I come back to most in the years since. That recognition arrived before anything else. Before my eyes had fully adjusted. Before my brain had assembled what was in front of me into anything coherent. Some part of me that predates language and reason simply knew. The way you know your own name. The way you know your own hands. She was so small, the size of a 3-year-old, which of course she was, and always would be. She was wearing something light-colored, and her hair was the way I half remembered it. Dark, with a little wild thing, the way toddler's hair is wild. She was looking at me with an expression that I can't fully describe except to say it was the most serious and the most tender thing I've ever seen on a child's face. I didn't move. I don't think I breathed. She came to the side of the bed, each step deliberate, unhurried, like she had all the time in the world. She sat down on the edge of the mattress and I felt it. I felt the mattress shift with her weight. Tiny thing. I felt the springs respond the way that they respond to a small body once it settles in. She was there. Whatever she was there in some way that had physical weight and physical presence that I wasn't dreaming. She reached out and took my hand. Little fingers, interlaced with mine, the way children hold hands. Her small palm against my palm, warm. A small detail that broke something open in me. She was warm. I lay there with my sister's hand in mine, and I started to cry in the completely silent way of someone who had been caught off guard by something so far outside of the boundaries of what they believed possible that the usual sounds of grief don't come. She said my name. Once. Just my name. In a voice I had no memory of, and yet recognized completely. The voice of a 3-year-old who knew exactly who she was talking to. Then she was gone. Not gradually gone, the way a candle goes when you cup your hand around it. The mattress settled back. My hand was empty. The room was just my old bedroom in my parents' house, dark and still. The roses in the backyard somewhere beyond the window. I lay there until morning. I told my mother when she got back from Phoenix. I sat at her kitchen table and told her everything. The weight on the mattress, the hand, the voice. My name in a voice that I'd forgotten. My mother listened without interrupting, which is unusual for her. When I finished, she sat quietly for a moment and then started to cry. Not hysterically, just steady and private tears. The way she cries when something has touched a place that she keeps very protected. She reached across the table and put her hand over mine. We never talked about it again. Not once in the years since. I don't know if that's the right choice, but it's the one we made. And I think I understand it. Some things are too complete to need discussion. It happened. We both know it happened. Rosie came back one night to her sister's childhood bedroom, sat at the edge of the bed and held her hand. That's the whole of it. Maybe the whole of it is enough. I have thought about why that night, why that particular visit to my parents' house, that particularly hard year, that particular dark middle of the night. I don't have an answer. Maybe she'd been waiting for a moment when I was quiet enough to receive it. Maybe the house called her back somehow. All those years of love and grief and roses planted over a filled-in pool. Maybe it doesn't have an explanation, and the wanting of one is just the mind trying to contain something that won't be contained. My sister was 3 years old for the rest of her life. One night, she sat at the edge of the bed and held my hand. And she said my name in a voice that I once forgot, and I'll never forget again. She knew me. After everything, she still knew me. I think about that more than I think about anything else. When I retell this, I'm going to speak frankly and matter of fact, because whether or not someone believes in its authenticity won't change how real it was for me. Family, friends, therapists, doctors, nobody I've ever confided in has truly heard this story and believed me. My sincerity only made the people I told more uncomfortable. I couldn't blame them. It's hard for me to say if I would have believed myself. I recognized how outlandish I was sounding. I stopped telling people. I stopped asking questions. I accepted this new life as real. The answer to my questions was that there was no question. When I was 11 years old, my brother Aiden and I were kicking the football around in our family's driveway. After a missed shot, the ball took a bounce off the corner of the garage and into the road. I wouldn't say we lived on a busy street by any means, but cars did fly up and down our road frequently. I see one of these cars cruising up 90 meters ahead. Initially, my concerns are on the ball getting popped. It wasn't the first time we'd watched one of our footballs get run over after rolling into the street. We did our best to chase it down before it bounced off the curb. The boundaries of our pursuits were outlined by our property and fiercely enforced by our parents. Both of us had received reprimands about leaving the driveway earlier that week chasing after a ball, and we would have been grounded if we did it again. When Aiden leapt off the sidewalk and followed after the ball, I couldn't believe he'd risk both of our summer freedom by disobeying the rules. I knew I'd be equally associated standing on the sidewalk, watching him dash out there like a fool. As he ran past me, my reflexes sprang my arms out for him, but my fingertips just missed his collar. Frantically, I started yelling his name. Aiden's completely unaware of the vehicle speeding his way. It was a red Ford Escort. The driver was looking down, but at the very last moment, before completely smashing into Aiden. The lady glances up and spins the steering wheel. The tires screech and Aiden turns with a jaw-dropped, shocked expression as the car comes within centimeters of hitting him. The back tires fishtail, sending the car up onto the sidewalk and heading straight towards me. It all happened too fast for me to react. When she hits me, the car goes straight over top of me. The woman crashes through our neighbor's fence into their garden. This causes our neighbors to run out and see what had happened. Parts of my body were crushed by the weight, and I can't feel my legs. Fading in and out of consciousness, one of the neighbors began CPR on me, while the other called an ambulance. The man becomes a muddled oval of dark colors as he's performing compressions over me. Then, the dark colors grew into a solid black when I felt my eyes close. When I wake up, I'm no longer in the amount of pain I was previously in. I can feel pressure from the wrap around my head. I try to move my arms, and I notice that my left arm is in a cast. And aside from other minor cuts and abrasions, I was doing way better than how I thought I'd be doing after going under a car. I kicked my legs around under the white sheets. I could feel them again, and they had no injuries on them. I'm so happy at that point that I'm about to hyperventilate. I hear movement next to my bed and see a doctor standing beside me. When I opened my eyes, she happily told me, "Welcome back. Your surgery was a success. I'll let your parents know you're awake." Then she walked out of the room. There's another hospital bed across from mine, a field of vision previously blocked by the doctor. I didn't expect to see Aiden there, and I'm thoroughly confused when he's also bloodied and banged up. His face is swollen and red. His limbs are absent of any casts or splints. He's casually playing a Kirby game on his handheld. He pauses the game when he sees my puzzled stare. Aiden mimics my facial expression in a dramatic, contorted way before asking why I'm looking at him like that. Him being there bewildered me. I asked how he got hurt. Aiden rolls his eyes. He thinks I'm milking the head injury. "Stop playing. You're not that drugged up." I feel tears fall down my cheek. Aiden also sees the genuine emotion when I ask again for him to tell me what happened. With a rushed tone, he sounded annoyed having to remind me why we were laying in hospital beds. He says, "You just woke up from surgery. You now have a long piece of metal and a bucket of nails inside your forearm helping the bones fuse together. Your little narcotic nap just wore off." He again accuses me of faking my amnesia, reminding me that he had the same surgery a few years ago on his leg. He tells me that morphine doesn't wipe the brain. It was my first time waking up from an unconscious state like that, but I could still differentiate the tired fog of my pain medication from the feeling that I was missing a piece of the story, one that would let my last memory and the current setting that I was in line up in an understandable way. I was run over by a car today. Saying it out loud made me recoil, thinking about how terrifying it had all been. Aiden corrects me, saying, "You weren't run over. We were hit by that car and sent flying into the neighbor's yard." In his version of the story, Aiden didn't leave the sidewalk to retrieve the ball. Both of us stood on the sidewalk and watched the driver of the red car turn their head up and swerve. Aiden managed to push both of us backwards, and instead of the car hitting us head on, we were both hit by the left headlight and spun like rag dolls. I was out for a couple of minutes, but by the time medics arrived on scene, I was already apparently up and walking around. I was put under once more so that they could do my surgery. I couldn't believe it, even though the evidence was right in front of me. Aiden was wearing different clothing from what he had originally gone out with. Leaving the house that day, he was wearing his red Manchester United t-shirt. Now he was wearing a white YMCA shirt, one that I'd never seen before. I asked him where he got that shirt. He gives me a weird look and says, "My Y shirt? Got it from the laundry this morning." He told me he'd been wearing it all day. I look down, and my clothes are different too. They're still torn and bloodied from the accident, but what I'd put on that day was different. There were other little things that I began noticing that started leading me down the rabbit hole. Everything was the same, but there were slight changes I kept seeing. But after my brother's reaction, I didn't keep pointing out the oddities I found. When my mom walked into the hospital room, she didn't have a nose ring. When we got home, my posters were on opposite walls. Some of my clothes were different colors. Small details were different, and every time I'd point them out, I'd look crazy. For someone to believe me, they'd have to abandon their sense of reality. They didn't experience what I had. This is the only reality they knew, that they know. Nothing changed for them. Meanwhile, I kept finding alterations in life from before the accident. Over the years, it became less difficult to accept the new reality. From time to time, I'll still find a bit of information that seems wrong to me. For better or for worse, I've stopped questioning it. I believe it's healthier to just move forward, rather than losing my mind over a theory only I comprehend. When I went back to school, most of the kids were the same. Some had changed. Some of the teachers had changed, but the curriculum remained the same. None of the big historical events changed. I only had to relearn a few names. For example, the woman who refused to give up her seat on the bus to protest equal rights. Before the accident, we learned about a woman named Claudette Colvin. In this timeline, the torch was taken up by a woman named Rosa Parks. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name hadn't changed, and his movement had the same impact. But the Claudette Colvin example is one of many tiny details I've trained myself to ignore and relearn. It seemed only the small choices had the most amount of change. But every choice, big or small, leads you in a direction that will undoubtedly have more choices in need of pondering. Thinking like this, even to the smallest degree, who I was, who my brother, friends, and family all were, their lives and personalities would have had to change as well, even to the smallest degree, as a result of different choices made throughout their life. I quit my summer babysitting job this morning. Saturday was my first day with the little girl, and today's Sunday. I feel terrible quitting so suddenly. The family I've been working for recommended me, so I'm pretty positive I just blew my chances babysitting for either of them ever again. Originally, I was scheduled to stay there until the morning with the kids, but I ended up calling Mr. and Mrs. Smith, we'll call them, closer to 3 a.m., begging for them to come home. I needed to get out of there. It was an overwhelming sensation that had been lingering since I pulled into the driveway. As much as I tried to blame the feeling on first-day jitters, nothing could prepare me for how quickly my anxiety would spike being there. The children were 3 and 5. Let's name them Jack and Jill. The kids were watching Bluey in the living room after dinner, and I was cleaning up. The living room was within sight of the kitchen sink. After I started the dishwasher, I walked out into the living room and saw that Jack had fallen asleep on the couch and Jill had gone upstairs to play in their bedroom. Jack wasn't big for his age, so instead of waking him up, I was able to just pick him up off the couch and carry him to bed. The second floor is a wide hallway with a mirror at the end of the hall, facing back. There's a bathroom and bedrooms on either side. I can see the kid's door is open, and I can hear Jill giggling at what sounds like another person giggling with her. Their bedroom didn't have a TV, but I thought Jill may have had a radio or a Nintendo, something that she was playing with. Before opening the door, I tried peeking into the opening to see if I could find where the other voice was coming from, but the gap didn't let me see much. But what I did see was enough to scare the hell out of me. Jill had long, straight hair, and it looked like static electricity was keeping it up floating. That's the best way I could describe it. With Jack now resting over my shoulder, I supported him with one arm and fully opened the door with my other. Jill was playing on the ground with her dolls. When she looked up at me, all of her hair fell back down to normal. The siblings have an expensive wooden bunk bed at the far end of the room. Making sure not to twist my ankle on the toys, I carried Jack to lay him on the top bunk. When I pulled his resting body from my shoulders and laid him down, I was surprised to see that he was now awake again. His eyes were wide open, and his facial expression looked terrified. I asked him if he was okay. He shook his head yes, but crawled into his blankets and didn't take his head out from under the covers after I tucked him in. While I was doing this with Jack, I felt a push on my lower hip like Jill was getting into the bottom bunk right below, and after I got Jack settled, I leaned down to get her tucked in. But the bed was empty, and Jill was still playing with her dolls behind me. I didn't like that, because what I felt on my hip was clear pressure from cold, small hands. I could feel her individual fingers press against me. The unmistakable feeling of a little one pushing by. But Jill hadn't moved. It was Saturday night, and the parents didn't specify a bedtime for the kids. I asked if Jill needed anything, but when she said no, I got out of that room as fast as possible, went down the stairs to clean up the house before I made a bed for myself on the couch. Cheerios were everywhere. I could have filled a whole new bowl and reserved it for the morning with how many I found. After every last one was found and dispersed of, I was finally able to settle down and watch some TV. The calm was short-lived, though. Another noise had me on my feet again, when from behind me, I heard the sound of a child running in the hallway, upstairs, toward the stairs. I'm expecting to hear "Miss Amy" any second, so I haven't really turned around yet to address whichever child's coming. I'm watching the show on TV, waiting for them to interrupt. But instead, I hear the feet hit the ground with a loud bound in between steps. As soon as the pattering stopped, there was a crash onto the floor that shook the floor under me. I thought, oh my gosh, one of the kids just tried to jump down the staircase. There's a wall that separates the hallway stairs and the living room. It forces me to hop on my feet, turn around the corner from the couch to look. When I flip on the hall light, I'm relieved to see that nobody's hurt themselves, but I'm highly freaked out as to what I just heard. As I'm looking down the hallway, I can see most of the way up to the upstairs hallway as well. Jill walks out of her bedroom to the top of the stairs and sees me standing there. I ask her if she heard that loud noise, and she nods her head yes. So I ask if she knew what it was, and she nods her head again. "It's Hannah." "Who's Hannah?" "She's my sister," Jill says. I ask, "Hannah made that loud noise down here. How did she do that?" "Hannah jumped from here to down there." She then goes on to tell me that her sister keeps asking Jill to jump with her, but she's too afraid. The whole time she's telling me this, I see the light from the bedroom door behind her change size, like the door was opening and closing in the dark hallway. I'm still paying attention to Jill, thinking the sound also woke up Jack, and I'm going to see him come out to join his sister any minute. But after her explanation for the noise we heard, Jill turned around and went back into the bedroom. She then closed the door behind her. The upstairs hallway was completely dark again. I turned off the downstairs light and got back on the couch. Around the living room, there's a bunch of family pictures of the Smith family. Most of them were recent, but lots of baby pictures. Jack is a newborn and Jack has brown hair and Jill has blonde. It was easy to tell which baby photo belonged to who. In maybe two of these photos in the corner of the living room, there's a baby Jill in the picture with another older blonde girl that looks almost identical to Jill now. Could that have been Hannah? I thought. These grainy, somewhat old photos gave me goosebumps, so instead of staring at them all night as I tried to sleep, I turned on the TV and was happy to discover that Nick at Night was playing episodes of Friends, and eventually I would doze off watching the show with the volume down low. The next time I woke up, it was because the living room was freezing and the blanket I'd fallen asleep with was nowhere to be found. The TV was off. It could have been set on an automatic timer that I was unaware of, but the DVD player under it was blinking numbers like the power had recently gone out and come back on. There was another small radio clock on one of the shelves next to the TV that was also blinking to be reset. I used the remote to turn the TV back on, and Friends began quietly playing again while I stood up in search of my blanket. It was cold enough to see the air I breathed by the time I got to the thermostat, which was located across the room. The space around me was warm again. The thermostat was also reading at a normal temperature. I turned on the living room light, and what I saw next to the entryway made me nearly faint. My blanket had been draped over the coat rack, and for a moment, I thought a huge, dark, 7-foot-tall creature was standing next to the door. It took me a few seconds to figure out what I was looking at, and when I did, I noticed the blanket didn't fully reach the floor, and under it, I saw 2 little feet poking out the bottom, and this time, I knew Jill was trying to trick me. Not wanting to knock the coat rack off balance and possibly have it fall on her, I gently grabbed the blanket with 2 hands and tried to lift it over with a little fluff. The blanket drops, losing its shape, and there's no Jill hiding in the coat rack. Take this how you will, but when the blanket dropped, the coat rack was a lot smaller than what I had pulled the blanket from. When I first noticed my blanket draped over it, I thought I would have noticed something that tall by the front door. When I looked down and didn't see Jill, it felt like my tummy was filled with rocks. There's just no way she would have been able to run away, hide completely like that. She's 5. I just stood there with my blanket, listening to the sounds of Jill still playing upstairs in her room. I didn't care how late it was. I was relieved to hear someone else was awake in the house, and after the coat rack thing that I'd just seen, I didn't want to be downstairs alone. I flipped on all the lights that I could before my ascent. When I went into the kitchen, the microwave timer said that it was 2:52, and so did the oven timer. It was only the living room that lost power in the house. When I'm at the top of the stairs, the hallway in front of me is dark, aside from the light under the children's door. I can still hear Jill's voice giggling, and clearly a shadow moving back and forth. I can see it under the doorway, blocking out the light when it passed. Turning on the hall light, I started heading towards the door. I gave 2 little taps with my knuckle before opening the door. The room was dark, and both of the children sound asleep. It was freezing in there, like when I woke up. The same weird bubble of cold I'd stepped out of by the couch downstairs. It felt like I'd stepped through a wall of stagnant, cold air. Outside the room, it was warm. I quietly stepped back out and closed the door, glancing into the big mirror that faced the hallway. There was something different about the reflection. The upstairs bathroom is directly across from the kids' room. I can partially see both in the reflection. I can see a little past the handle of the bathroom door, but the bathroom door on my side is fully open. I look again into the mirror. I can't begin to understand how the door could be closed in the reflection. I frantically scan around the mirror for any other inaccuracies, but it's only the door that looks wrong. Then I tried standing in different positions in the hallway while staring at the reflection of the closed door. Nowhere I stood could give me the correct view of what the door actually looked like. I'm at a loss for any explanation, and then it makes the slightest movement, and in the reflection to my right, the bathroom door opens a few inches. Still, nothing was happening on my side of the mirror, but I ran my reflection away from that door and back down the stairs. And that's when I called the parents, multiple times. Surely I scared them or worried them, but you know what? I was terrified. Still am, technically. Had I not quit, after this, I'm sure they would have fired me anyway. They were completely unimpressed by me and rather bitter about cutting their trip short. Though, personally, I think that they should be a little bit more concerned with the potential demons or ghosts living in their home. You know, specifically the one that keeps trying to convince their daughter to jump from the second story. But hey, I'm just the babysitter. They're the parents. What do I know? Not my problem anymore, I guess. I inherited my grandparents' property when I was in my early 20s. As a young adult, this was probably the most impactful blessing on my life. It financially opened me up to spend my money in other ways and beginning on a shoestring budget. I'll forever appreciate this home. When I was growing up, early childhood, my mom would drive us out here for visits. The house was next to a dock and a small lake, and I would swim for hours in the summer. There was one winter I even got to skate on it when it froze over. That wasn't fun because of all the sticks and things that were sticking out of the ice, and if I tripped, I was going into the water and freezing to death. It's actually just another memory that scared me relating to this house. Basically, I remember us being out here all the time. His home was used as our personal timeshare because at the time he was an engineer and regularly rented other houses closer to the work site. This trip was during an especially sweltering day. We left our apartment hoping the rural environment would provide more tree cover and relief from the hot city pavement. It was a good idea, but the area's temperature wasn't all that much better. At this house, though, we could leave all the doors and windows wide open to let a breeze in, and of course, the lake. It was one of these afternoons, and I'd just gotten out of the lake and was drying off on the back patio. My mom was sitting in a plastic chair next to me and we were talking, but our conversation was interrupted by the sound of all the windows and doors around the house slamming closed. It started in the front of the house. Front door, living room window, boom, boom, side door, bedroom window. We sat frozen as the slamming sound made its way to us, with the kitchen windows, back patio left door, and then finally, boom, back patio right door, the one that we were closest to. We were anticipating it to slam, but it was still unbelievably scary watching a door move on its own. And then boom, it shook the wood beneath us and my mom let out an uncontrollable eep. When the slamming started, I think we were both half-heartedly thinking that my grandpa had gotten home, and as the slamming got closer, I was more and more expecting to see him. Then the door moved on its own, as well as the side dining room window right after. My mom pulled me close to her, and we sat on the deck waiting for the noises to continue. But after the last dining room window was closed, it all settled down. We both watched windows and doors shut without anyone on the other side. An intruder in the home wasn't what my mom and I were looking for when we walked inside. It was just us two out there. And with no other way to sugarcoat it, she explains that she needs to go inside. Everything we needed was still in there. A phone, her car keys. I didn't want to be left alone, so I was right behind her when we went inside. It was like a furnace when we got in there. My mom said, "Hello, hello," but my grandpa wasn't there. The thermostat in the living room, it was on and turned all the way up. I turned it down while my mom went from room to room checking for an intruder. Finding no one and no other reasonable explanation, the phenomenon was blamed on an air pressure thing in the house. Although this sounds like a lot of excitement, it really wasn't. I probably could have even had this be a forgettable memory, especially with the air pressure excuse being assumed as true. But that afternoon, there was one more thing that happened that really scared me. Again, in my childhood, this is the one and only time that I was genuinely struck with fear due to this house. But after all the rooms were checked and the thermostat was turned back down, both of us were back outside on the deck. This time, we decided to leave the doors and windows closed. We were considering ourselves lucky that none of the windows broke when they came down the first time, and we didn't really want to tempt fate again. It was becoming dusk. The sun was setting across the lake, and my mom and I were enjoying the scenery. We're both sitting on the deck, and we feel the whole house shake, like an earthquake that only lasted a second. The lake wasn't disturbed. The trees around weren't shaking. The sound and feeling only came from inside the house. I turned around first. From where I'm standing, I can see into the house from the window, and clear as day, I see a woman standing in the living room. She can see me too, because when we make eye contact, it looked like she began to scream, but I couldn't hear anything. Then, she evaporated into thin air. I turned to ask my mom if she saw the woman, but she hadn't. I told her, I saw someone in the house. She knew from the tone in my voice that I was serious, so instead of asking further questions, she picked up a hand shovel from the little gardening plot next to the deck and ran inside. Again, she went from room to room, this time with a sharp weapon. Nobody was found. After that, we both felt uneasy. My mom, being the adult in the situation, was feeling more spooked than me and decided to take us home that night. After that, there wasn't any more weirdness. We had many visits after decades of them, and now I own the house. I still feel happy and content with my little abode, as I previously mentioned. I live by myself. Well, not all by myself. It was more for my parents' peace of mind than mine, but it would be an injustice for me not to mention Scooter, my cane corso. He's my giant protector against the squirrel and deer that I've encountered while living out here. I got home the other night and found this big boy wandering around the front yard, and at first I thought Scooty found a way to open the door and let himself out. He's big enough, but can't get the concept of turning the handle down. So I was surprised when I drove up to find him lying in the grass. The huge thunderstorm that rolled past here, it was right over top of us by then, and I was focused on getting him inside before it started to get bad. When I parked in the driveway, the property was dark. I knew the power must have been knocked out. I got out of my car. In mid-walk to Scooter, I turned and looked at the house, trying to figure out what door he'd gotten open, and the hair literally stood up on my arms. It wasn't one door that was open. It was all of them. And then I saw that the windows were all open as well. I was panicking. I thought I'd been robbed. I grabbed Scooter and pushed his big butt into the backseat of my car. Then I got in, locked the doors, and called the cops. When they arrived, we stayed in the car as they did a walkthrough of the house. After they made sure the house was clear, they closed all the open windows and doors, and I was able to go back into the house to see if anything was missing. Nothing was. Everything was how I'd left it in the morning. After the police left, I light a bunch of candles and put them around the house. In an aisle that separates my kitchen and living room, I slip on a wet spot. I almost dropped the candle. I flipped on my phone light to see what I had slipped on, but I couldn't find the source of where any moisture could be coming from. Looking at where I'd fallen, though, I noticed there was actually a small trail of water. The splotches looked like small feet prints, and wow, saying that feels as crazy as it felt in that moment, following the trail of watery prints to the back door. The feet were pointing away from the back door, though, like the prints were entering the house. I just stared at them, baffled as to who was running through my house barefoot. Sure, they weren't there anymore, but I felt sick thinking someone had been through there. Nothing was taken, though. Maybe it's something I haven't noticed yet. And Jesus, I went down a rabbit hole, paranoid, thinking about that one. I went from room to room, checking desks, closets, shoeboxes, everything. All using my cell phone light and Scooter stuck to my hip. All of my jewelry and shoes were untouched. Even cash that I'd left out was still there. Now, I don't want to believe my house somehow got haunted. I don't know how that would even happen. But here I am writing this, only trying to still explain coming home to every door and window being wide open, my dog in the yard, wet footprints in my house. And I still haven't gotten to the part where you think, oh yeah, I guess this place is haunted now for some fucking reason. The power eventually comes on, and when it does, the generators kick in. It's a low vroom startup that shakes the foundations of this old place like a jet engine. New pipes and plumbing, old foundation. Startling at first, but I put two and two together when the rumble sound is in sync with the lights. When the house is lit again, it becomes difficult to see outside in the dark, but almost as if it was right against the glass of the window facing the yard. I realize that I'm looking at the silhouette of a child, a pure black figure outlined in the window in front of me. I took a step toward the window, and they vanished. I tried to tell myself I was just seeing things. Maybe it was the rain or a shadow that was cast by the trees that were swaying, but the chill down my spine told me that something was weird about that. I closed the blinds. I was trying to shake the feeling of eyes watching me. Scooter wouldn't stop pacing. He usually settles in right next to me, but he kept going to the back door, sniffing at it, letting out some low growls, his hackles raised. I'd never seen him like that. Later that night, as I was finally drifting off to sleep, something made me bolt upright. It was the unmistakable sound of little footsteps, faint but clear, pattering across the hallway just outside my bedroom door. I remember holding my breath and my heart was pounding in my chest. I kept telling myself, no way, just the rain. But I couldn't ignore the fact that they sounded like little wet footsteps, each followed by a soft splat, like someone was tracking water across the floor. Scooter growled again, this time from his spot on the floor by my bed. Then the footsteps stopped. I stared at the doorknob, waiting for it to turn, but it never did. The silence stretched on, thick and suffocating. And just as I started to relax, I could have sworn I heard a knock on the door. 3 soft taps, and then nothing. I didn't move, and neither did Scooter. I decided I was gonna get up. I got out of bed, opened the door just a crack, and looked into the hallway. Nothing. The floor was dry, no sign of any footprints, no sound of anyone else in the house. I went back to bed, but I barely slept. The next morning, I went to check the back door, trying to convince myself that maybe the whole night had been some weird, bizarre, vivid nightmare. But there, right on the inside of the back door, was a single, small, wet handprint. It smeared across the wood as if someone had pressed their hand against it, reaching in. I know some of you will think that I'm crazy, but even having all of these things happen, I know that there's nowhere else I'd rather live. So I'm not really sharing for advice so much as just sharing my most bizarre experiences with what I consider to be the paranormal. This is not conventional therapy by any means. However, I tend to use this platform like it is. Mothers with incarcerated lovers. My son's name is Marco Jr. We call him MJ for short. His dad, Marco Sr., has been held at the LSP for half a decade. Round trips there and back close to 6 hours. It's not easy on the gas tank, but it's important to me that MJ gets to see his dad and have him be a part of his life in any way that he can before he's released, and he's seen as a stranger when he comes home. We try to make it up there at the end of the month, typically around payday so I can fill my tank. Last weekend we had the same plan. When we got there, me and MJ were searched as procedure, but right afterwards they told us Marco's compound was on lockdown. That sucked. What a waste of gas, makeup, and effort. I wish that they had something on their website to update us with stuff like that. I was pissed, but nothing that we could do about it. So I turned around and we went back out to the car. Heading home, we were about an hour into our drive. I've been trying to keep the atmosphere light by playing his Wiggles CD, singing to every goddamn one of those songs, trying to distract MJ from sad feelings, questions that I didn't want to explain, because I really didn't know why Daddy couldn't come see us. The guard I spoke to wasn't like, oh, here's what's going on right now. I was equally in the dark, 2 peas in a pod, listening to the wiggles. It's wild to be a parent and have to share these experiences with your child. I read a lot about adverse childhood experiences after Marco got arrested. It's called an ACEs test. I got a pretty decent score. I'm sure Marco would too. The generations of trauma pass down to the next. My goal as a parent is for MJ to check off less of those boxes, get a lower score on this thing than I did. So, we're driving, and in between songs, as one's fading out, I can hear MJ playing with paper. Trying not to divert my attention from the road for too long, I quickly looked over to see him messing around with an envelope. I ask, "Where'd you get that from?" He said a guard gave it to him. I'm like, what? When did they do this? MJ was by my side the whole time, and other than the woman I was working with, there wasn't anyone else around us. For sure not within the proximity of slipping my son a letter. Adding to the weirdness, when I asked what they looked like, MJ described someone that I for sure didn't see in there. He said this guard had broken sunglasses, like one of the lenses was missing in the frames, and the eye that he could see was all black. He actually portrayed this guard as scary looking. MJ also said that he knew his name. The guard called out to him to get his attention. He said, "Hey, MJ." When he turned around, the guard handed him the envelope and walked away. How could I have not seen this happen? If it wasn't for the physical proof he was holding in his hands, I would have just gone along with his imagination. Instead, I gently snatched the envelope out of his hands to get a closer glance at it. But when I saw the envelope had a familiar handwriting, it said, "Love, Marco." I put on my hazards and pulled off the road so I could mentally process MJ's weird story and figure out what was inside the envelope. It was, in fact, a letter from Marco. He would always write us a big front and back letter for me and MJ to read when we got home, filled with positive updates about the progress he's making with work, funny stories, and mostly how much he loves and misses us. It was also dated that day. I thought that Marco must have given the letter to a CO, asked him to deliver the message to us when he got there. It's beyond me. Regardless, I eventually ignored its creepy delivery and was just happy to see what we got. After figuring out it was a letter from Daddy, MJ wanted to still wait until we got home that night to actually read through it. So, we got back on the road, finished the last leg of the trip, full discography of the Wiggles all the way back to Yummy Yummy. Marco would call from jail a few days later, and it only piqued the creepiness of this whole letter thing to like a brand new level that neither of us could make sense of. So, they had that lockdown the day of our visit. I spoke to Marco on the phone that morning, telling him to plan on us being there close to 6. Marco wasn't involved, but he said that there was a huge fight that broke out before noon. Guards knew that it would only escalate between the two groups, so they shut the whole yard down, put everyone back in their cells. When the COs performed a count to make sure everyone was in their cells, they discovered 2 prisoners unaccounted for. That had everyone on staff running around looking for them. When Marco saw a CO named Lewis walk by his cell, he stopped him, asked Lewis the favor of giving us the letter if he saw us that day. He told him what time we were going to arrive and showed him a picture of us that he had. Marco said that he and Lewis were cool with each other, so Lewis took the letter. When I let him know that NJ got to meet him when we were there, Marco said that wasn't possible. I told him, well, somebody else gave MJ your letter then, but it was delivered, and we read it right when we got home. I then told him what the letter talked about to solidify that yes, we did get it, and yes, we did read it. Marco, again, almost defensively, replies that it wasn't possible for us to have received the letter because it was delivered back to him later that next day while they were still in lockdown. Marco says that the prisoners that went missing, they didn't get too far, and Lewis had been the first officer to find their hiding spot. The inmates, they strangled and stabbed him before the other COs could come to his rescue. Marco said that Lewis was a really good guy that all the inmates liked. Everyone was shaken up about it. I'm on the other end of the phone line, obviously doing my best to console him because he sounds genuinely affected by the passing of Lewis, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this is crazy. I have this letter around here somewhere. So while we're on the phone and I'm listening to him talk and reminisce about Lewis, I'm tearing apart the house looking for this letter to prove I'm not crazy. But I can't find it. Not in the house. Not in the car. MJ didn't know where it went either. I did a more extensive search after I got off the phone with no better luck. Now it's been over a week, and neither MJ or I have seen that letter since, though both of us know that we had it at one point in time. So, what now? Just let it go, right? Don't dedicate my life to solving this mystery of the teleporting letter and Lewis the ghost. I'm sure obsessing over this would traumatize MJ, add to his already growing ACE score. So, just let it go, right? Right? But wow, that's a hard thing to swallow and just keep on moving like my perception of reality hasn't been glitterified. And since I can't seem to let it go, I'm sharing my story here. I don't really know why, but maybe somebody else has had an experience with a teleporting letter. I had a curse put on me over some dumb stuff. I accidentally offended a girl I was taking out on a date, and she went crazy on me like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. One minute she's this fine, put-together woman speaking to me in a cute, mousy voice. The next moment she transforms into some psycho, Louisiana voodoo, deep-growling lunatic. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head like the Undertaker, and she was spitting while jabbering some crazy stuff at me. She was acting way out of pocket, so I was like, "What are you doing?" And she says, curse on you," and pushes me out of her apartment. I understand why she got upset, but I think she was overreacting by putting a curse on me. Especially since things started happening, and they still do to this day. It's been around 10 years now, and I'm still feeling burdened by this curse. How long can a curse last? Do I need to find this girl on social media, ask her to reverse it? I'm only writing this right now because I felt the effects of the curse again today. At least I think that's what it was. I don't tell anyone I'm cursed, but I've been making mental and physical notes about incidents so absurd that they had to be from the curse. There's also been a pattern of turquoise-colored items being directly involved. So much so that I instinctively avoid turquoise-colored objects now, associating them with bad luck. A little while ago, my bro Lotto was over, and we were smoking on my back deck. I didn't have a lighter on me, so he handed me his. It was a palm-to-palm transaction. I didn't see the color of the lighter before my thumb sparked it up. It took 3 flicks, and then the lighter exploded in my hand like a stick of dynamite, burning a decent portion of my palm. I've never had a lighter explode in my hand before. The pieces that weren't charred were neon turquoise. I'm typing this with my right hand wrapped up in gauze and duct tape, basically whatever I could find around the house. Lotto said I should go to the emergency room, and if the pain gets worse, I think I might need to take myself there tonight. So yeah, a turquoise lighter blew up in my hand a few hours ago. But a few months back, I was at the bank applying for a loan. The second I saw the woman that I was talking to was wearing a turquoise blouse, I knew I wasn't getting that loan. Let's rewind a bit. The next day after I was cursed, I tried to brush it off, but it was pretty fresh in my mind. I went about my day cautiously, playing it safe, looking both ways before crossing the street, making sure no buses were coming to catch me slipping. But with all my focus on my surroundings, I failed to notice the shady behavior of a young man in the courtyard of my apartment complex. I was walking back from the corner store thinking I was home free, when out of nowhere, this dude in a Charlotte Hornets jersey, who I'd never seen before, pulls out a gun and says, "Run them pockets." My arms were weighed down by grocery bags, so I had to stand there and let him rob me, pulling out my phone and wallet with his cheap gun waving in my face. He ran off, and that same day, I was riding my bike around, looking for him. I had a blade and just needed to get the jump on him before he could get his gun ready. As I passed between buildings, scanning alleyways, I felt my adrenaline pumping. Then, I made eye contact with someone coming towards me down the alley. I had full control of the situation, or so I thought. It wasn't the assailant. It was a scared Asian man behind the wheel of a taxi. His car had yellow sides, but the hood that I was about to get wiped by was turquoise. A replacement hood, I guess. I rolled across the hood and couldn't help but notice the reoccurring turquoise theme. The guy was more pissed off than concerned about my well-being. And he was right. I wasn't in the bike lane. I had to drag my wrecked bike home with 2 bent wheels. It was unsalvageable. My mom made me throw it out anyway. I never saw that dude in the Hornets jersey again. A few weeks later, I started seeing this girl, Tammy. One day, I climbed through her window like some Romeo stuff. Her parents were asleep down the hall, so we had to be quiet. We're making out, moving towards her bed, when I noticed this weird bird cage in the corner. It housed 3 turquoise parakeets. As we got closer to the bed, those birds started banging their beaks on the cage like prisoners tapping on bars. The more noise they made, the more Tammy freaked out, saying, "They've never done this before. What's wrong with them?" I could tell the mood was killed, so I started slowly backing toward the window. The birds were losing it. Tammy, for some reason, unlocked the cage. And when she did, those 3 parakeets flew at me like bats out of hell. They landed on me, pecking and flapping like I stole their eggs. Tammy started screaming, and I was swatting at these crazy birds trying to get the window open again. I knocked one against the wall, not really on purpose, and Tammy saw it. She completely lost it then. The lights came on, and her dad was standing in the doorway. Before I knew it, he had me in a big bear hug, dragging me out of her room, down the stairs, and out the front door. He dropped me at the end of the property and said, "You cross this line again, you're dead." I had to walk home that night with 1 shoe. Fast forward a few years later, the grocery store that I'd shopped at started using turquoise plastic bags for a promotion. I was horrified, but I bit my lip and told myself it's just a color. On my way to the car, a runaway shopping cart full of groceries smashed into my car's taillight. And of course, that cart belonged to an old man who couldn't afford to fix the damage, so I had to shove the broken taillight back into place and drive home. I never went back to that store again, though. There's more, but I'll skip to the most recent events before today. I was babysitting my nephew, Davion, who's hyperactive. I was cooking breakfast when SpongeBob came on. He screamed the theme song, then sat quietly watching the show. But then, his whole body stiffened up, and it looked like he was having a seizure. I dropped everything and ran over. As I touched him, I got a massive electric shock that locked me up. Thankfully, I'd grabbed his shirt, and when I fell, I pulled him off the outlet. Paramedics arrived, and Davion made it through okay. But when I investigated what had happened, I found my pocket knife stuck in the outlet, along with a puddle of spilled water. Turns out Davion had knocked his cup over while sticking the metal nail file into the socket. And yes, there was a turquoise character flashing on the screen when it all happened. Now, here I am, hours after a turquoise lighter blew up in my hand, The burn on my palm is killing me, and I think I'm gonna go get it checked out, but seriously, this can't be a coincidence, right? How do I get rid of a curse? And can I do it without contacting this girl? She scares me, obviously. Well, thanks for the no help on breaking the curse. Most people just asked what I did to deserve it. At least we can agree I'm cursed. So, here's the story. I met this girl while hustling demos at the mall. She'd just moved into town for college, and it just so happened to be the same college that I was pretending to attend. She was struggling with calculus, so I offered to tutor her. We exchanged numbers, and I played it cool for a few days before hitting her up. It was her birthday next week, and she didn't know anyone in town yet except her cousin, but I didn't know that. I figured she wouldn't have any birthday plans, so I bought a pizza, a 2-liter of Pepsi, and a slice of cake from the corner store. On my way to her place, I passed by a memorial for a kid who had gotten hit by a stray bullet. The memorial was covered in flowers, stuffed bears, balloons, all that stuff. I got the bright idea to grab a few flowers, maybe a balloon, for her birthday. When I got to her place, she was into me, happy to see me even. But then she saw the flowers, and I got to see that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing start to happen. Instead of taking them, her expression changed. She wasn't smiling. And she starts going crazy, demanding to know where I got those flowers. I tell her I picked them up at the store, but she calls me a disgusting liar. She tells me that she put those flowers on her cousin's memorial just this morning, and that she knows I'm lying. She escalated, so I doubled down, telling her that we must have gotten them from the same store. But, of course, I was made aware that her flowers came from a small garden, one that her cousin had kept in the backyard. And that's when she tells me that I have no soul, that I'm the equivalent of human garbage. And then her eyes rolled back into the back of her head, like I mentioned, and she cursed me. She took things too far, right? Now here I am, a decade later, still feeling the residual effects of an impulsive decision made by an immature person. How do I break this curse? I cannot be this screwed for the rest of my life. I can most certainly get in trouble if I allude to any specific names or locations. And there's one word in particular I need to address before I say anything else. Throughout this, I'm going to use the word skinwalker, because it's the word that most people outside of my community already know. The one that won't raise questions if you repeat it. It's not the actual name. The actual name isn't something I'm willing to type. Not here and not anywhere. And if you ever find yourself reading or hearing the real one somewhere else, I'd urge you to stop before you finish the word, even in your own head. What I'm using instead is a borrowed label, a safe substitute, the linguistic equivalent of leaving a door unlocked instead of wide open. My Uncle Mark is the chief of police on our reservation. He has the scoop on everything happening around here. I want to give a quick rundown of how our reservation and other tribal land functions. We're not considered a neighboring town. The reservations are towns that do neighbor other non-tribal cities, but we're seen as a distinct sovereign nation existing within the border of the United States. The tribes possess tribal sovereignty, meaning we have the inherent authority to govern ourselves and our land. Our economy relies on a mix of tribally owned enterprises like casinos, agriculture, federal grants, and local small businesses. Some reservations are thriving commercial hubs right next to another urban location, while others face extreme isolation and high poverty rates. My tribe leans on the latter. Mark works hand in hand with the tribal leaders and has a say in how to utilize the federal public safety grants. The money they have to work with is always spread thin amongst multiple renovation projects like repaving some outdoor courts, fixing or updating amenities at the community center, the parks. Last year, a big portion was spent on updating the public library, faster computers, and internet speed. A small boost towards coherent necessities that made the people's lives better. So when our local paper announced that 80% of the budget this year went into installing flock cameras, the community was up in arms about the decision. At the council meeting, Mark had to bite his tongue while he was chastised by every tribal member attending that night. His job was threatened, and he's probably going to be retiring at the end of this year because of this controversy. He wasn't able to freely speak about the real reasons that the board voted on flock cameras. They thought he'd capitulated to high-tech paranoia, squandering scarce reservation funds on sleek automated license plate readers, while back roads go unpaved and youth programs sit unfunded. The public outcry at tribal council meetings was deafening. But Mark took the community's resentment in silence. The community thought it was just another way for the government to take away their rights, and from the outside, that's exactly what it looks like. Our reservation is small, 2 stoplights, virtually zero criminal action compared to the surrounding cities. What Mark couldn't tell everyone there was that the cameras weren't meant to spy on them. He couldn't defend himself without breaking a far more dangerous rule. You do not speak of skinwalkers openly. Admission would have most likely brought the same protest. But with an added layer of psychosis, I think everyone believes in the paranormal to a certain extent out here, but most sit on the rim of superstitions. Warnings only heeded when it doesn't inconvenience the day. Nobody outside of the board was allowed to see the whole picture of what was going on, what is going on. Usually, you don't know all of the criminal behavior that goes on in your own town. Sure, you know the big stuff. Watch out for this guy on the loose, house fire on 5th Street. Those stories, but to get a look under the hood of a community, to see the engine and how it works, you're only able to get the real picture of it when you're in a position of service to the community. And when you've invested your life like that, or have an uncle who did, that's when you're able to hear the missing person cases, the livestock killings, property damage, and start to see a pattern between the seemingly unrelated nature of crimes. Mark has shown my mom and I some footage from these flock cameras, what they've picked up, because they don't just read license plates. They log vehicle type, model, color, speed, and provide night vision video feeds. Though Mark hasn't used it to find stolen sedans, he's tracking the anomalies. A rusted beat-up truck registered to an elder who passed away last year. Mark tagged it cruising the outer boundaries at 3 a.m., flagging the thermal feeds as it moves at 60 miles per hour down a dark stretch of road. But the heat signature in the driver's seat is completely cold. Mark spends most of his nights reviewing frame-by-frame glitches where the camera's automated AI tries to classify a tall, distorted figure sprinting along a speeding vehicle as a roof rack or trailer attachment. Police departments can use guardian mode or motion alerts to follow a pedestrian as they walk through a frame. These systems use AI computer vision to detect, zoom in on, and auto-track human movement, but most of the time the AI is unable to process what it's seeing. But that's a clear indicator you're looking at something different. They capture regular people perfectly, but when a skinwalker image gets picked up, the AI changes it to a distorted man-bear shape that's figure looks like the beast from Beauty and the Beast. My uncle watches these monitors every day, like how you watch a man on a tightrope. You're not hoping to see him fall. You watch because He hasn't yet. There's an unofficial book that he logs the abnormal cases, a black book that he takes to all of his meetings filled with handwritten accounts. For example, one log included information like the automatic system flagging a high-speed vehicle moving down Route 12 at 55 miles per hour, with no vehicle make or license plate registering. But when Mark physically looks at the footage, the high-speed infrared image doesn't show a car. It captured a long-limbed pale shape running on all fours down an empty asphalt stretch. The automated AI bounding box kept glitching, endlessly trying to label the torso as a roof rack. Another story involved an abandoned vehicle they found one morning, parked in the middle of the road. The car was still running on idle, front door open, but no occupant. Reviewing the video, Mark noticed a custom filter alert triggered 6 times that night. A dark SUV passing by camera 2 every 10 minutes, but always heading north. It never passed camera 1 or 3 to enter or exit the road segment. The camera frames show the SUV slow to a stop directly under the mounting pole. In the final frame before the feed drops, a tall figure steps out of the driver's side, walks around the back of the vehicle, and disappears into the tree line. The network became an unofficial ledger of people who entered the canyon and never came back. In my personal opinion, the scariest accounts that Mark scribbled down was when the flock unit tied to the emergency roadside call box at the edge of the reservation logged a distress signal. An automated audio capture feature triggers when someone hits the emergency button near the camera pole. The audio file contained a voice of a female teenager that had been missing for over a year. She was calling for help while quoting or using precise police radio call signs. The voice in the file jumps all over the place, like multiple people are recording the message. However, the camera showed no person at the box. The phone was off the receiver, swaying in the wind, still attached by the cord. It was only when Mark zoomed in as much as possible that he was able to see another thin, bald, pale form. It looked to be lying under the call box, with its head and neck stretched up toward the dangling phone, speaking into it. Skinwalkers have always been a part of our culture. We're told not to speak of them in order not to attract them. But it seems that they move with or without our permission. The bodies of those who go missing are never returned. There's no way to possibly measure a skinwalker's intelligence, but it feels like they're getting smarter, acting with more sinister intent. And the most recent discovery was published in the local paper like a decree for people to accept the unease, like a change in temperature. Block cameras didn't capture this one, but a local called it in after coming across a bizarre spectacle that appeared overnight. A cluster of 5 separate vehicles, all tied to open missing person cases that stretched over a decade. They were parked bumper to bumper in an unmapped clearing off of Highway 9. None of them triggered any of the cameras getting there. The doors of all 5 cars stood open, and the vehicle interiors were packed full of dirt, animal bones, hair, and woven sage. Some described the scene as a shrine to ward off evil, while others said it looked more like abandoned nests. For what? That's still up for debate. As for now, the council has yet to publicly disclose the true details of what's been going on. Hyperbolic panic could send this already fragile community into a tailspin. Thankfully, as I previously mentioned, Because these ancient beings are such an integral component in our culture, we follow the rules taught to us by our ancestors, a series of do's and don'ts. They used to mean the difference between life and death. We're the offspring of the survivors who didn't create these rules with leisure. They decoded an unabridged law that was uncovered slow and naturally, through trial and error, and being forced to observe death more as a statistic needing alterations, rather than tragedies to be mourned. The ones that endured would teach the next generations these rules as a way to mitigate reliance on arbitrary outcomes. Tradition tells us that simply discussing skinwalkers aloud, even saying their name, is believed to draw their attention. Writing it has no bearing, but readers, beware. Additionally, skinwalkers are famous for voice mimicry. If you hear a friend, family member, or child calling for help outside your home or from the woods late at night, listen for its pitch and cadence. If it sounds even slightly off or begins to repeat words, do not reply, and absolutely do not go outside. Avoid boasting about night travels or sharing specific routes publicly. Skinwalkers primarily hunt at night and target isolated individuals on quiet roads, canyons, remote trails. If you encounter an animal like a deer, large owls, wolves, any animal that's acting unnaturally, standing up on two legs, staring without blinking, or showing no fear of humans, immediately disengage. Eye contact allows them to exert influence. Knocking on windows, scraping on roofs, or the sound of footsteps circling a structure at night, they're common tactics used to lure people outside. Blinds, curtains, and shades should always be drawn before dark, so nothing can peer inside. It's not uncommon to see tribal homes using cedar ash or pollen to line doorways and windowsills to keep malevolent forces at bay. It's believed that wearing or keeping unblessed animal pelts, especially those of top predators like coyotes or wolves, it can invite a spiritual corruption that can be tracked like blood in the water for a skinwalker. If you're traveling and you see an animal or figure standing motionless on the shoulder of a trail, do not slow past a gallop. Nowadays, I translate that to, if I see a figure standing on the shoulder of a highway, press the gas pedal against the floor. Don't turn around to look more than once, even if you see that it's following, because acknowledgement gives it power over the driver. It seems like it's only now in 2026 that anyone's tried to demonstrate this constitution we established as truth. I think whatever my uncle's doing is a lot more than what anyone else has tried. The more information we can get on skinwalkers should inevitably open up solutions that nobody's previously thought possible. Mark's leading the charge in this, but I can see it's taking a lot out of him mentally. It hurts to have the community turn on him without understanding why the surveillance technologies become so detrimental to his job. Since their installation, the jail cells haven't filled past regular capacity. The only time people really get upset is when they have to look up directly at the cameras and remind them of the community center renovations that were never completed, or the countless other projects that they feel the money would have been better invested into. I'm nervous Mark's going to try hunting one down. He thinks he needs to get proof before the tribe completely exiles him past the cold presence that he already feels when walking into the social events. That's where we are right now in this story. All I know is that even with the newest technology, we're still not any closer to finding answers to the questions that our elders asked. I once house sat a very old manor home It was near the Mason-Dixon line. This location becomes important later in the story. It was built in the mid-1700s. Like a lot of houses, it had that root cellar, sub-basement deep under the house. It was used for food storage back in the day. And I always just got the weirdest and most foreboding feeling walking past the door leading down to it. Never actually went down there. It was a very big house that had many additions put on over the years, so it had multiple alarm systems. And one night, the alarm system in the original part of the house, where the door to the root cellar was, it wouldn't stop going off. I probably got out of bed 7 or 8 times just to enter the code and turn it off that night. It was an older alarm system, so I figured, probably old wiring or part going bad or something. I didn't think much of it other than being annoyed that I had to keep waking up. When the family got back from vacation, I told the father about the night the alarm kept going off, and he looked very puzzled. He told me that had never happened before, in the several decades that they lived there. And even weirder, because it was an older alarm system, and in that part of the house, all of the alarms were motion activated. I later found out the house was right down the street from a Quaker meeting house in the area. It had a high Quaker population that was well known for its role in the Underground Railroad. Families in that area would routinely let people escaping slavery hide in their cellars and sub-basements. My family is ancestrally Quaker, and the family who lived there was not. It still kind of gives me chills thinking about it. I know it sounds like a cliche, but I've never really been one to believe in cryptids or anything paranormal. That kind of stuff always felt like campfire stories or internet rabbit holes, not something real people dealt with. But all I can say is that people change. Life and life views change with experience, and I guess that's what happened to me. I was living with my aunt for a while in a semi-rural area that bordered a huge patch of forests and old trails. It wasn't deep wilderness or anything, but it was isolated enough that when it got dark, it got really dark. Streetlights were few and far between, and once you hit the wooded part of the trail, you were on your own. Most people avoided it at night. I didn't have a choice. I biked that route to and from work almost every day. I'd taken the path 100 times before. I knew every twist and bend, every low-hanging branch. But one night, the trail felt wrong. It was late, close to midnight. I was on my way home from a closing shift, and as usual, I reached the point where the concrete dipped down into the denser woods. I stopped to put my earbuds in, figuring I'd listen to some music to get me through the quiet stretch. I did this often. And that's when I heard the snap of a branch just before I could. Not small, not subtle. Like something heavy had stepped right off the trail. I looked up and froze. Just a few feet ahead, barely separated from the edge of the sidewalk, stood a figure. Not a person, not an animal. Something in between. It was tall, at least 7 feet, but hunched. Almost crawling. Its skin looked grayish-white and so tight against the bone it looked like it could split at any moment. It had those long, spindly limbs, fingers that ended in claws. Its eyes were huge, black, and reflective. No visible nose, just a slit where the mouth should have been. It wasn't doing anything, just staring. Before I could fully process what I was looking at and run, it screeched. The sound was sharp and high-pitched, inhuman, and in the blink of an eye it darted back into the trees with this unnatural speed, crashing into brush and leaves as it just vanished. I didn't hesitate then. I took off, pedaling as hard as I could. My ears were filled with the sound of something crashing through the woods beside me. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it, tracking me just out of sight, snapping branches, rustling leaves, keeping pace like it wanted me to know it was there, like it was trying to catch me. It wasn't close enough to be seen again, though. The trail finally opened up into the residential area, a couple of street lights, houses way off in the distance. I shot toward the nearest light and skidded to a stop underneath it. I was gasping for air. I don't think I'd ever pedaled so hard in my life. My legs were jelly. My heart was pounding so loud I literally couldn't think. And then I turned around. At the edge of the tree line, crouched low in the shadows, was the same figure. It hadn't followed me out of the woods, but it was watching, perfectly still, just watching. I didn't wait. I hopped on my bike and rode the few blocks home, threw my bike into the garage, slammed it shut, locked every door and window in my aunt's house, and didn't sleep a minute that night. A few weeks passed. I didn't see it again, so I did the natural thing of trying to convince myself that it was a hallucination, sleep deprivation, maybe some kind of animal I didn't recognize. I told myself anything that made sense, even though it didn't make sense. And then one night, I looked out my bedroom window, and it was standing in the backyard, still, staring straight up at me. That was the last time I saw it. I never got an explanation, but I've always had a theory. Around the time of the first sighting, the city had started some construction on the section of a trail nearby, digging into some old drainage tunnels that ran under the forest. I think that whatever I saw lived down there. Maybe the noise, the digging, it stirred something up. Something that maybe didn't want to be disturbed. To this day, I don't use that trail. I don't even like walking near the woods at night. And even now, years later, I still find myself glancing at the trees. I'm half expecting to see those weird eyes, watching. But I never do see them. I heard the flute for the first time when I was 5. I remember because it was the year that I still napped in the afternoon. And the napping is relevant, because that's when I heard it most. That gray hour between 2 and 4, when the house went quiet and everyone assumed I was asleep. It wasn't loud, it was never loud. Just a thin, wandering melody, 3 or 4 notes repeating with small vibrations. Like someone practicing a phrase that hadn't quite gotten it right. They kept circling back. I didn't think it was strange at first. Kids don't really have a baseline for strange. I thought that it was just something that the house did, the way the house also ticked when the heat came on and groaned when the wind hit in a certain way. I was curious. I asked my mother about it once, maybe 6 years old, standing in the kitchen doorway asking if she could turn down the flute music because I was trying to sleep. She stopped what she was doing and asked me what flute music was. I remember her face more than I remember what I said back. It was this stillness that I'd never seen her have before. She wasn't sure whether she should be worried or amused. I think that's what it was. And choosing amused because the alternative is exhausting to sit with at 5 p.m. while making dinner. She never heard it. My father never heard it. I asked over the years, in the careful sideways way that kids test whether something is safe to keep talking about, and I learned quickly that it wasn't a subject that got me anywhere, except a look that I didn't like. So I stopped asking, and I just lived with it. It came and went in a pattern that I never fully cracked. Some weeks, nothing. Other stretches every single afternoon for 10 days straight. Always the same wandering 3 or 4 notes, never resolving into anything that I'd call a real song. I used to lie in bed and try to hum along with it, and I could never quite land on the right notes. Like trying to match pitch with a sound that was slightly out of tune with the actual world. I followed it sometimes. Not often, because it scared me a little, in a low-grade way that never really tipped into terror. More like unease of a smell that you can't place. But some afternoons I'd get up from bed and I'd walk the hall, trying to find where it was the loudest. It was never in one place for long. Loudest by the linen closet one week, loudest by the attic stairs the next, and once, memorably, loudest standing directly under a patch of ceiling in my parents' room that had nothing above it, except for insulation and a roof. I'd get close enough to think that I was about to find it, and then it would simply stop. How a radio fades out of range, and I'd stand there in a quiet hallway feeling foolish and unfinished. By the time I was 9, I stopped mentioning it to anyone. Not because it went away. It didn't. Not really. It just became background. Just reoccurring background that I wasn't going to get an explanation for. I had a private theory, one that I'd built as a kid and never examined too hard because examining it might make it worse. I decided that there was a girl somewhere close by who liked to play, and that she was probably shy, and that eventually, if I was patient, she'd let me find her. I don't know why I decided it was a girl. I just did. It's that unexamined certainty that kids have about a lot of things. By the time I was in middle school, I'd mostly filed it away as one of those things about my childhood that I'd bring up at sleepovers for effect. My house is haunted, said with the same performative shiver that you'd use to talk about a movie that scared you. Not really believing it, just enjoying the shape of the story. I'd tell people about the flute, and they'd ask if I ever found out what it was, and I'd say no. And that was usually where the conversation moved on to something else. It had been quiet for almost 2 years. No flute at all, not once. The longest gap I think I'd ever had. By the time I turned 17, my parents had finally gotten around to the attic remodeling, one that they'd been talking about since I was in elementary school. I was getting my own room out of it, an actual square footage, instead of the converted closet situation I'd had most of my life. And I was more than excited about that, more than I was thinking about anything else. Teenagers are good at that kind of forgetting. The flute had become such old news by then that I don't think I connected it to be in the attic at all. Even though half the times that I chased that sound as a kid, it led me towards those stairs. The contractors found the room on the second day of demo. It wasn't in the plans, wasn't on any blueprints that my parents had for the house. It was just a stud wall that didn't match the framing pattern around it, closing off a space maybe 4 feet by 6, tucked into the eave where the roof line made an awkward low pocket that nobody would have thought to use for anything. My father called me up to see it before they cleared it out, because at 17, I was old enough to be curious about that kind of thing, instead of unsettled by it. Or so he assumed. It was mostly empty. Dust, some water staining on the far wall, this stale smell of air that hadn't moved in a long time. But there was a flute, resting on what was left of a small shelf that had mostly rotted away. Old, tarnished. A student model instrument that would have been unremarkable, new, and looked ancient now. Beside it, a few sheets of music, handwritten. The ink faded past legibility on most of the pages, though I remember making out what looked like a fingering exercise on one sheet. The same few notes repeated with small variations, circled and recircled, like whoever wrote it had been working on getting something exactly right. And beside that, a pair of shoes, small ones, child-sized. The leather cracked and gray with age, laces still tied in a bow like whoever had worn them had simply stepped out of them rather than untied them. My father, the unserious man he was, made a joke about it. Something about old houses and their secrets, and my mother wanted the shelf and the shoes thrown out with the rest of the demo debris. And I didn't argue with her about it, though I wish I had now. I don't know what happened to the flute. I think it went in a box somewhere, or Maybe it didn't survive the dumpster, along with everything else that came out of the wall. I got my room. It was quiet the whole 2 years that I lived in it before I left for college. I never heard the flute again, not once. Not even on the afternoons when the house was empty and still exactly the way it used to be. I would actually listen for it, but it never came. I don't know if that's supposed to comfort me. Some days it does. Most days I think about those shoes, though, tied in a bow. And I don't think comfort is really the shape of what I feel. Before sending this, I just sent the Green Hill Estates HOA an email advising the possibility of a wolf roaming around near one of our neighborhoods. Someone needs to go out there and see what's going on in the woods, and it's definitely not going to be me and my 8-pound Pomeranian leading the investigation. I didn't say that last part in my message, but someone really does need to go sweep that forest for anything that may pose danger to the families in our community. I mean, we've got kids out here riding bikes and walking around sometimes long after sundown. I'd hate to read on the HOA update board that a youngster had been mauled in an event that could have been preventable. This all happened a few hours ago, prompting the frantic, furious typing. I'd gotten home from work, took my dog out for a short walk around 8. There's a lot of components to everything going on that I didn't mention to my HOA, because my main goal was for them to do something about it. And if I fully explained myself, it would have decreased the chances for them to believe me, and therefore decrease their urgency to act. But that's why my next stop was here, because I had to tell someone what happened, share it with potentially more open-minded in nature than the board of my HOA. No offense to them. I understand it's a community resource. They have to allocate wisely, and my claim would have been looked at like not a serious inquiry if I'd shared the details, you know? I wrote about my concern being a wolf, but I'm not sure what it was. I got Scoot on his leash and my AirPods in. The Spirit Box app was open on my phone, and I was listening to it speak random words in between reverberate noises and sounds. Nothing jumping out as anything meaningful. On most nights, that's how it goes until I get bored and switch to music to power through the final stretch of the walk. Same thing happening tonight. All I'm hearing is choppy noise, and I've already got Spotify open, scrolling, about to play Dolly Parton, when the Spirit Box app says a full sentence that I can hear clearly in my headphones. A man's voice cut through the static saying, "I'm over here." I stopped mid-step with my thumb hovering over Backwoods Barbie, and I swiped over to the Spirit Box. In the app, along with its audio capabilities, it writes out the words being transmitted through with a timestamp. And a few seconds before, I was able to confirm that it said, "I'm over here." I kept looking through the timeline because I noticed a few seconds before that it said, "Hello, hello, wait," and I must not have heard it. Scoot was pulling on the leash, but I made him wait as I intensely listened for any more intelligible words. I gave us an internal 10 count. If nothing popped up on the Spirit Box, we were going to keep walking. Counting back, a part of me was intrigued at the prospect of my $10 purchase not going to waste. But in the same aspect, I was partially praying that something would convince me the app was a hoax, and I could get on with my night. Because I'll admit that I was a little spooked. But it spoke again. Same voice, now saying, "Left, closer." Scooter and I walked to the sidewalk on the other side of the street. On that side, past the sidewalk, is a grassy slope leading down to the forest area. After I'd crossed the street, the voice stopped saying left but repeated, "Closer," about 5 or 6 times. I could tell it wanted me to go further down the hill, towards the trees. And I was honestly about to do it. The few small embers of excitement still burned in my heart. I hadn't had these kinds of willies in my stomach since I was a child, and each step increased the feeling. But then Scoot stopped me. He didn't follow. He stayed on the sidewalk, and when I took out my AirPods, I could hear him growling. His hair was standing up, and he was trying to move me backwards, trying to pull the leash and me back up. Finally, I retreated back up to the sidewalk. I could have easily yanked him down the hill with me, but when I looked at him, he was trembling. With one earphone out, I didn't hear the spirit box when it told me, "Don't go." But it was logged as a spoken sentence when I checked the app again on the sidewalk. Even when I got back up next to Scoots, he didn't stop growling in the direction of the hillside. And when I looked back down into the trees, I saw what he was growling at. Camouflaged at the bottom of the hill, a man walked out of the trees into the short grass. He had his hands in his pockets. He smiled at me, and he took a hand out to wave. It looked like he took a file to his teeth. They were all grinded down to a point, and they were shiny. Scoots started yipping and barking, trying to get as far away from this guy as possible, and I did too. Right when he walked out, I had that oh no feeling. But when I saw those sharp teeth, everything felt a lot more impending, if that makes sense. I was realizing in that moment that I no longer felt safe at a distance. A random guy coming from the woods is off-putting enough when I'm walking alone out there. But this guy looked, dare I say, demonic. It had to have been him that hacked my Spirit Box app. I don't know how he did it. It didn't even know that an app like that could be hacked. But I've seen a lot of those things like Flipper Z on ads. They're like small hacking device things. I don't know their capabilities. I only know that there's things on the market that can easily hack stuff. I don't know another way that something like this could be pulled off. I deleted the app right when I got home, but not before looking at the sentence log one last time and seeing a final entry that said, "Come back." So I, 31-year-old female, have recently started going back to the gym. I love going, but I have a problem exercising in front of other people. The reason that I've been able to return is because my best friend is the new assistant manager. She caught her boss's brother working out after closing and learned it wasn't uncommon for management to enjoy this perk. Basically, all I had to do was call ahead of time to make sure no one else was using it that night. So far, this hadn't been a problem, and I'm starting to understand why. That place is haunted. I didn't notice anything unusual the first 2 times I went, but the 3rd time got a little weird. When I was on the treadmill, the one next to me kept turning on. I cut it off the first time it happened. The 2nd time, it ran for maybe a minute and then turned itself off. Later, I was finishing my workout with the leg press machine, which was next to the treadmills. In the middle of my set, the treadmill closest to me, not the same one, turned on. And it also turned itself off roughly a minute later. The next day, I asked my friend about it. She said a few other people had mentioned it, but none of the staff has seen it happen. All the machines have been working fine. I went back to the gym that weekend, but forgot my phone in the car. I didn't realize it was missing until I was already inside, and I'd planned for a short workout, so I decided to skip the music. While I was on the squat machine, a set of footprints seemed to appear in the middle of the floor and across the room behind me. I jumped off the machine to see who it was, but nobody was there. And there's no exit on that side of the room. Even so, I knew what I heard. I went back to my car and woke my friend up to confirm no one else should be there. When I told her about the footsteps, she pulled up the surveillance on her phone and sent me a screen recording of just myself jumping at nothing. No one was there. No footsteps were heard on the audio, but they had been so clear to me. About a week later, I finally convinced myself I'd been hearing things and went back to the gym. This time, I had the music to cover my unexplained noises, but the treadmills still had a mind of their own. The machine next to me turned on and turned off several times on its own. When I walked past the exercise balls, one rolled into my path. There was no air on, and it didn't just randomly move in front of me on its own. That's a little too much coincidence for me, as if everything else was totally reasonable. Still, a private gym experience doesn't come cheap or easy, so that wasn't enough to make me quit. The last time I went, however, has me reconsidering my social awkwardness. The treadmills did their thing. I thought I heard footsteps at one point, but I really can't be sure. My music was on, and I went in there pretty paranoid. But then I got on the leg press machine, and just a few reps in, something blew into my ear. Like if a friend came up behind you and blew a quick breath into your ear to screw with you. My hair moved. It was unmistakable. I absolutely did not imagine that. I don't know the technical name for the machine with the handlebars that you pull down, but I got off the leg press and just wanted to do a quick set on that thing before leaving. About halfway through, a hand grabbed my shoulder. It was fast, but definitely real. I screamed, like really screamed. Once again, I called my friend. She was thankfully way more patient than I would have been if someone continued to wake me up for no reason. And again, she sent me security footage of myself, freaking the hell out at nothing. No one was there to grab me or blow in my ear, but it sure showed my reaction, and it showed my hair moving. I don't really know what to do. This place is clearly haunted, and each visit seems to get a little worse. Is there any way that a ghost can actually hurt me? Or am I technically safe to keep going? I'm sure a lot of kids, or at least some kids, found their grandparents' house a little creepy. Am I reaching? I could be, but I'll tell you about my grandparents' house and my experience there, which involved my sister, my cousins. So that makes at least 3 people I know, myself and them, who share my feelings about a creepy grandparents' house. First things first, my grandparents, Nani and Poppy, were very old. Their home was very old. They were lovely, even throughout their passing, which was less than a month apart from one another. Rest in peace to both of them. So they were very loved. Their home was a source of a lot of great family memories, but it was haunted. And because it was haunted, or because something within that home was charged, as Aunt Peg used to say, it houses some other memories too. My parents would often drop us off with them for a weekend or two throughout the year, and in the summertime, me, my sister, and my cousins would stay for a couple of weeks. The first time I ever experienced something, and every time since, was while staying in our mom's old room. It was in the back right corner of their Rambler-style home, Aunt Peg's old room across the hall. I was young, but I know my sister and I were both in school, so couldn't have been younger than 7 at the time. It was just the 2 of us this time, and I'd been having trouble falling asleep, while my sister seemed to pass out instantly. Mom's room now had the old TV from the living room in it, as our parents bought them a new fancy one for Christmas. I'd always liked falling asleep with the TV on at home, so here it was no different. A welcome change. I was familiar enough with the TV that I knew I didn't have a remote for it. I was stuck changing the channels from the knob, same with turning it on or off. I'd picked a channel which connected to the VHS. Since Lion King was already in there, I remember just letting it play. I hadn't fallen asleep, not even close, but I was back in my bunk when I heard the TV shut off. Not only was it the obvious sound of something playing and the familiar buzz of the TV ceasing completely, but the glow from the TV was gone. Had it not been for the hallway light, I would have been in total darkness. It wasn't the TV turning off that scared me, not really. But as I laid there trying to figure out if I was going to turn it back on, something caught my attention. The light from the hallway quickly cut out, as if someone had penetrated the doorway just for a moment. By the time I focused on the doorway, there was nothing there. Sitting up, though, I investigated further by looking around the whole room. I had the top bunk in this sleeping arrangement while my sister slept in the bottom. As I started to look around the room, I thought I saw nothing of real concern. And then I got to the TV. It was still off, housing the reflection of the entire room. But something wasn't right. I could see on the TV that everything was where it should be. Everything except for the shadow being standing underneath my bed. I didn't realize how afraid I should be, so I took my gaze away to pop my head down and look at my sister's bed. She was sleeping soundly, and there was no shadow. Still, looking back up at the TV, there it was, a shadow that didn't belong. I decided I didn't need the TV, and I tried to ignore it, turning towards the wall and closing my eyes in an attempt to fall asleep. Only moments later, I hear the sound of the TV being turned on. It's startling, and I jolt up to confirm it's been turned on. It wasn't on a channel, though. It was just a fuzzy static screen, but the static was getting louder. I was going to have to leave my bed and handle the TV, but I felt so frozen. Almost sure I wouldn't be able to do it, but I had to. The sound was going to wake up the whole house. I jumped down the ladder, feet hit the floor, and the TV turned off. I look up at the TV, and there's a shadow just behind my right shoulder. I can't hear anything or feel anything, but the image alone makes me want to scream. I consider swinging around, punching and kicking, but what if this time it was my sister? Instead, I spun around, fully expecting the shadow to not be there, just like last time. Only this time, it was there. An endless black mass, about as tall as me. No eyes, no face, no distinguishable features at all. Before I could even scream, it suddenly passed through me, leaving my chest with an intense, cold pain. It felt like my torso was experiencing brain freeze. It hurt, but only for a moment. As much as I wanted to turn on the lights, the ladder was closer. I jumped up, dove under the covers. I had no idea what had just shot through my body, but I felt like I couldn't breathe. I don't think I got more than a couple of hours of sleep. It was this odd in and out of sleep, and it kept me exhausted, like when I had the flu. I remember the next morning being afraid to tell anyone about what I had seen. I kept the image to myself, and intentionally slept in the living room that night, after my grandparents retreated to bed. I almost felt sorry for leaving my sister in the room, but she didn't really seem to have been bothered the same way I was bothered, so I reasoned with myself that it was okay. Suddenly, I heard screaming. It was coming from my mom's old room, and it was my sister. I wasn't the first one awoken by her screams. I saw Nani walking toward the room. She didn't even see me on the couch. I contemplated just staying where I was. Somehow I knew it was going to be the figure on the TV. My sister was crying, screaming. Then she started calling for me to come help her. I was forced to move, and I ran into the room. My sister was sitting outside of her bed, on the floor, full of tears, crying about a shadow that woke her up by touching her face. She said that she called for me. I don't even think that Nani knew what my sister was talking about. She continued to try to console her into a less amped-up state. Once my sister calmed down, I started to crawl into the top bunk, took my position there. Clearly, I couldn't just leave her again. And that was that. An event my little sister barely remembers, but I remember it super clearly. The next time I encountered this figure was in the same room, less than a year later, as it would have been the summer versus the holidays. Our cousins were there, staying in Aunt Peg's old room. Since my cousin Shelby and I are around the same age, we made our younger siblings sleep together in Aunt Peg's room, while we took over Mom's old room with the TV. Most of the night we were playing card games and any board games that we could find for 2 players. But eventually, we'd have to go to sleep. And I hadn't forgotten about the last time I was there. But somehow, I felt more brave or maybe safe with Shelby being there. Only thing was, Shelby wanted the top bunk, which would put me on the bottom. I didn't want to seem like a wuss, so I agreed. I almost made it a full night without getting scared. I kept telling myself that I wouldn't experience the same thing twice, because it was probably a nightmare. Technically, I didn't experience the same thing. But I saw the shadow. I don't know what woke me up exactly, but I suspect it was the TV turning off. Or I suspect it was something similar that happened to my sister. I was suddenly awakened, and I could see a dark shadow, and a piece of its shadowy self reaching towards my face. But I didn't feel like screaming. I just felt like being perfectly still. But I must have made some sort of noise as I heard Shelby whisper my name from the top bunk. Remembering the last time, how I'd said nothing, how I'd turned to face it. I didn't want the same thing to happen to me, but I didn't know how to prevent it. So I just called back up to her, and it felt good to use my voice. But it felt bad that this shadow was still above me. It's like I couldn't even focus on what else she was saying, because this all-consuming energy, it was over me, and I was freezing. Without moving, I watched as Shelby jumped down the ladder in a familiar routine, but she ran for the light. The shadow either disappeared just before or just as she switched the light on. But Shelby had seen it. She basically had my exact experience from the first, except she was smart enough to just run away from the shadow instead of facing it. With the lights on, Shelby came running back towards my bunk. She was almost crying as she tried to tell me what she'd seen. I asked her before she could even get the words out, "Did you see the shadow?" Her eyes widened. She shook her head. Even though I'd been really scared, I felt like I needed to help Shelby because she seemed more scared. I told her it was okay. We decided to sleep on the floor of Aunt Peg's old room. The next morning, I didn't plan on saying anything, but Shelby was adamant, grilling Nani and Poppy the next morning. As she recounted her experience, I could see my little sister start to remember her own experience, but I watched it leave her face too. I backed Shelby up by saying that I'd seen the shadow. I told them all I'd seen it twice. Poppy laughed, which he did that a lot, saying that us kids sure had an imagination on us. Shelby squealed in frustration, stamped her feet, and declared that she wouldn't be staying in that room anymore. The rest of the week, the kids piled in one room, and oddly enough, no more shadows. These types of events would repeat themselves through the years, but as I got older, the shadow became less visible. So much so to the point where it was easy to dismiss it as a trick of the light, though truthfully, I never believed it to be a trick of the light. Instead, I was just happy that it was fleeting and short-lived. The reality is, when you experience something like this, I don't think it's as easy to dismiss anything anymore, and you're just destined to be a believer. Though I haven't seen the shadow since I was a child, the fact that it was there never left me. I'll try to convince my cousin to share her own experiences with the shadow, but even as adults, Shelby really doesn't like talking about it. In 2016, I went on a week-long camping trip in Mississippi. I had just spent the prior week in Alabama, and needless to say, there was more hiking involved here. I spent 2 full days hiking deeper into the woods before setting up my permanent camp in a small clearing. I've been going on solo trips since I was 17, and this was supposed to be an easy one. No caves or mountains to explore, just a relaxing week in the woods with my fishing pole. Everything was going great until night 4, when I heard something walking around my camp's perimeter, just out of the firelight. I tried to stay calm and pretend not to notice because it was something on two legs, and that usually means people. But its stride sounded off, almost like a very heavy person trying to tiptoe, yet not quite that. Mostly, I just felt in my bones that something was the bad kind of wrong about it. All my years in the woods, and I'd never heard anything sound quite like that. It gave me chills. Besides, if there was another person this far out in the middle of nowhere, and they were sneaking around my camp, they weren't friendly. I was worried what it might do if it knew I had noticed, so I stood up slowly and went into my tent like I was going to sleep. Normally, I would put out the fire, but that night I let it burn. Once inside, the footsteps stopped. I sat quietly, listening, for 15 minutes without hearing another sound. It had either left much more silently than it came, or it was just standing out there, watching, or who knows what. I had a small handgun, but I didn't want to fire it unless I could see what I was shooting at, so I continued waiting. After almost an hour of silence, I began dozing off, only to be woken by a gargled cry for help. It sounded so wrong that I thought someone was trying to disguise their voice. It didn't come any closer to camp either, so if I wanted to help anyone, it would require walking away from the little safety the fire provided. That wasn't happening. The voice went silent long enough for me to doze off again, but started back around 3, and then once more just before dawn. When the sun rose, I did a quick search of the immediate area and found a trail of just 2, not 4, hoof prints circling my camp. At the time, I couldn't imagine how that could be possible, but that's what I found. I didn't really care about the explanation, though. I just wanted to go home. I packed up camp as fast as I could and started the long trek back to my car, hoping whatever had checked me out would stick to its territory. I stopped periodically to see if anything was following me, but I didn't see or hear a thing all day. When I stopped for the night, I was confident there wouldn't be any more trouble, but still made a fire and set up the tent anyway. Shortly after 10, the same strange-sounding footsteps approached my camp, but stopped short of entering the light. This time, it skipped circling the perimeter and went straight to calling for help. It sounded like someone with a deep, gruff voice, trying to use a high pitch tone. It said, "Please help me." But the words themselves were off too, like they were being said by someone with a thick, heavy accent. Again, I ignored it, and I went into my tent. I'd never been so terrified in all my life. I imagined shooting into the woods and hitting some teenagers who were trying to be funny. Then I imagined doing nothing and having some monstrous beast rip me apart in my sleep. The whole night was a repeat of the night before. In the morning, I packed faster than ever. I'd lost time checking my back trail the previous day, but if I really pushed myself, I could still make it back to my truck before nightfall. I didn't stop for food or anything. By 4, my leg muscles were in knots, but I wasn't spending another night in that forest. I was only 30 minutes from my truck when it got dark, so I just couldn't bring myself to stop. 10 minutes later, I heard the same footsteps again, and they were moving faster this time. In a full panic, I began running and didn't stop until I got to the parking lot. That thing followed me all the way. I was so afraid that I dropped half my gear getting into the truck and left it behind. When the headlights came on, I caught a glimpse of what had been chasing me. It was partially concealed behind the trees, but I saw a giant deer standing on its hind legs, staring right at me. As I began to reverse, it went down on all 4s and darted back into the forest. I haven't actually been camping since that experience. Not even in places I'm familiar with. I don't know what that thing was, but I know it was pure evil. There's a house a few doors down that's been sitting vacant for years. Now its decay has become an eyesore on our street and probably brings the house value of our own neighborhood down. It's one of the first things you see when you pull into our cul-de-sac. The house is in shambles from years of neglect. The yard's overgrown with tall grass and weeds. A large part of a tree had fallen through the roof long ago, and the house was never fixed. My dad used to golf with the man that lived there. Then one day, cop cars filled up our little dead-end road. All of us stood pressed against the window to watch my dad's golf buddy get let out in handcuffs. We'd later find out that he murdered his wife a few months prior. My dad had hung out with this man multiple times during those months. His name was Eric. I remember my dad was genuinely shook to the core about this. My dad said that when Eric's wife would get brought into the conversation, he talked proudly about all the plans he and his wife Rachel were attending to the following days. All the while, her body was stuffed into the hollow of an oak tree that touched their bedroom terrace. Same oak tree that set a branch through the ceiling years later. The HOA board that Rachel used to be a part of helped organize the funeral with the family. Everyone in the neighborhood showed up to pay their respects. The murder felt so out of nowhere. There had to be more to the story, but nobody had a bad word to say about Eric. It caught the whole community off guard. He was a 5-star dentist and a member of the church. Eric and Rachel were both held with high regard in the community. Now, everything had changed. The next HOA meeting would happen on a Sunday afternoon the following month. My dad would talk to a man named David. He'd been a mutual friend with Eric. David and Eric were close friends and worked at the church together. Out of everyone, David took the news the hardest. He was in denial that his friend could commit such atrocities. David would actually visit Eric in prison, if only to get some closure. All David wanted was for his friend to say he didn't do it. He was looking for any sign of hope that his friend wasn't the monster everyone thought he was. But I don't think the story David told my dad gave anyone any sort of peace of mind. David said that when he went into the visitation area, he was on a phone behind glass. The guards led Eric into the room. He'd lost a lot of weight, and the dark rings around his eyes, it led David to believe he wasn't doing too well in his new conditions. When Eric saw David, however, he smiled a big, joyful smile, almost a creepy smile, at David. Given the circumstances, he thought Eric would be acting as somber and exhausted as he looked. But when David picked up his end of the phone, his voice was chipper. Eric told David that he was hopeful about his release. In the same positive tone, Eric fully admits to murdering his wife. David asks, why? Eric explains that his actions were forced upon him by a higher power. Since Eric's childhood, he said that angels in blue light would visit him, describing them as 3 tall, magnificent beings in white robes. They had large black eyes that he could see his reflection in when they got close. These beings visited Eric multiple times throughout his adolescence. He'd be woken up by a large orb of blue light that would float into his room, divide itself into 3 separate orbs. Then those orbs would stretch into angels in his room. This even happened once when Eric had a friend stay the night in his room. No matter what Eric did, he couldn't wake him up until they were gone, and the blue glow had finally extinguished from the room. On his later encounter, they implanted a triangular chip into the back of his neck. David would confirm that Eric did have a triangular scar, about the size of a dime on the back of his neck. Eric had shaved his head while incarcerated, and the nape of his neck was no longer hidden by hair. The skin, according to David, it looked raised, like a new tattoo, but with no ink. Could he have done this right before seeing David? No, because David's visit was a surprise to Eric, and he didn't say any of this in his defense. He pleaded guilty. The angels had made a pact with Eric, never to speak of their interactions until he fulfilled his duty to God. During most of these angel visits, they'd enter his room. Their warm light would fill him with a euphoric calm. They'd float to his bed, scan the chip, then leave. But sometimes, these angels would tell Eric that he needed to prove himself to God in order to earn his place with them in the blue light. This test by God was ordered at 4 different times of Eric's life. Sacrifice what you love most to demonstrate your loyalty. When he was 5, he could barely understand what they meant, but to the best of his knowledge, under the presence of their influence, he grabbed his favorite book from the shelf next to his bed, The Tiger Who Came to Tea. His mom would read it to him every night until he'd fall asleep. I remembered that name because I had the same exact book in my bedroom when I heard this story. The angels gave Eric a sign of approval and left after he'd torn the pages of the book and thrown them around his room. The next morning, he watched his mother cry. He couldn't tell her why he'd done it, so he said, "I don't know." He thought their relationship changed a little bit after that. The second was his hamster. The third was his grandmother. In his teenage years, his mother had passed away, and he was finally old enough to escape his father's alcoholism and abuse. His grandmother helped him graduate and apply for all the scholarships to get into college. The night before he left, they showed up. Eric then casually admits to David another murder he committed for these angels. He explains how he smothered her with a pillow, then made it look like she had died in her sleep before he left for college. His final test, number 4, was Rachel. Eric felt no guilt, no shame, or understanding of what he'd done. At the end of their conversation, he even tells David that the angels in blue will soon retrieve him from these walls. David hangs up the phone, and he can't help but cry because he knew that was the last time he was going to hear Eric's voice on the phone. Eric stands up with a grin, but as he's being led away, he notices David's tears, and he gives him a confused look, like he doesn't understand why David would be upset. But he's quickly turned and pushed out by a guard. Out of respect for the family and to deter any vandals thinking of destroying that house, visiting the neighborhood, etc., names have been changed. But this story and that house are 100% real existing lore we have in our neighborhood. A story we'd all much rather forget than embrace, but happened nonetheless. The housing market right now is tough as it is. I'm sure as hell not going to be able to sell this property if people know what happened a few doors down. I lived in an apartment in this old house in New Orleans. I lived with my boyfriend at the time, and we got this insane deal on a beautiful apartment. It was $600 to rent a massive, stunning apartment with hardwood floors and huge ceilings. My boyfriend worked in the oil field and would go offshore often, leaving me alone. 99% of the things happened when I was alone. One day I got out of the shower and the mirror was fogged up. I leaned over while I was brushing my teeth, and when I looked up, the mirror had been wiped in a circle where my face was. That happened a few times. It had wiped away where my face was when I looked up from brushing my teeth. Only a handful of times for the few months that I lived there, but when it did happen, it happened the same way every time. While I was sleeping, I often heard things crashing, and also often heard footsteps in the attic. When my boyfriend was there, he heard the footsteps too. He went into the attic to check it out, and no one was up there. I came home from getting groceries, put them on the gas stove, got a feeling of being watched, and looked up. After 2 or 3 seconds of me coming in and putting the groceries down, I looked up and all the cabinets were suddenly open 90 degrees. I closed the doors and tried to recreate it happening, which I couldn't. I brushed it off, went back to put the groceries away, got another creepy feeling, looked up and all of the cabinet doors were open again at a perfect 90-degree angle. While my back was turned, looking at the cabinets, all of the burners turned on full blast. When he was home, every night we heard footsteps of someone walking slowly in high heels up and down the hallway, sometimes for hours. The apartment next to us was a mirror image of ours, and the walls were thin. My boyfriend thought that the guy next to us had a lady over, and I said, "No woman wears high heels on hardwood floors, walking back and forth all night. They would have taken them off." Well, it turns out our neighbor worked as a nurse during the night shift and wasn't home anyway. I was going to sleep one day, but I was scared, so I left the hallway light on. I heard footsteps and was too scared to sleep. I looked up and saw an evil being. A man. But he looked half something else. Something was wrong. I saw him walk into the doorway of the room, stop, and turn towards me. I'd never been so scared. I was paralyzed in fear. He came into the room, stood at the left side of the bed, and sat down. I felt like I was being electrocuted the entire time he was looking at me. It felt like an eternity. I think I passed out from fear. I woke up in the morning and panicked. I felt like it happened, but kept trying to convince myself that it was just a nightmare. One night, my boyfriend and I were watching TV in the dark. We heard the sound of the wood floor creaking, and we both looked over to see an evil-looking, older, ugly woman glaring at us. We both looked at each other. I knew by looking at him, he saw it too. That was the day that I went from thinking I was paranoid to living in full fear. And for me, here's the most terrifying part. Our dishwasher broke and these handymen came to install the new one. One guy says to the other, "Hurry up, I hate being in this apartment." I asked him to explain why, and he said he'll only talk to me outside. He said that a serial killer lived in that apartment and had killed women who were all the same age who looked similar in the French Quarter. He was a cross-dresser and walked up and down the hallway in heels. The FBI found a headless body and searched the entire property for the head and never found it. They looked in the attic and found traces of him living up there at some point. If you're curious, 2835 General Pershing, New Orleans, Louisiana. It's the upper right side apartment. I tried to look up the news story online and haven't had any luck. Maybe someone here is a better sleuth. My father wasn't much of a storyteller. He was a quiet man who kept most of his interior life to himself, the way that men of his generation and his service often did. Not because he was cold, but because he learned early that certain things didn't translate well into words, and it was better to leave them where they lived than to drag them out into the light, watch them lose their shape. He talked about Vietnam occasionally, how soldiers sometimes talk about things, pieces, sideways, never the whole thing at once. Except for this story. This one he told me whole, from beginning to end. In the same order every time. Same pauses in the same places. I heard it maybe 4 times over the course of my life. I always wanted to hear it. The last time was 2 years before he died. Sitting on his back porch in the dark, he told it the same way he always had. Quietly and without embellishment. He was a man giving a report he'd been asked to give, and he wanted to get it right. This is the only ghost story my father ever told. I think it's the only one he had. And I think he told it the way he did, carefully, consistently, always the same. Because he needed at least one person to know that it was true. My father served in Vietnam from 1970 to 71, the period when American involvement was winding down in ways that everyone on the ground could feel without being told. He was assigned to a psychological operations unit, PSYOP they called it, working out of a forward operating base in the Central Highlands. His job, among other things, involved the operation of what the unit called Ghost Tape Number 10. He explained this to me once when I was old enough to understand it. The U.S. military had developed recordings, voices, wailing, the sounds of tormented spirits, designed to exploit the Vietnamese belief in wandering souls, in ancestors who died badly and could not rest. The recordings were played from helicopters and ground speakers into the jungle at night, into enemy camps and villages, designed to demoralize North Vietnamese soldiers by making them believe the dead were speaking to them. My father's unit was responsible for deploying these recordings in their sector. He said that he thought of it as a job. He said most of them did. Just a job. It was a night in March, late in the tour, when the operation ran in the valley that his unit had been tasked with. My father was part of the ground team operating speakers, positioned along the jungle's edge, while the recordings played into the dark. He described the sound of it, the wailing voices carrying through the triple canopy. He'd describe how the jungle would absorb the sound. It would return it differently than open ground would. He explained how the first hour you stop hearing it as recordings and start hearing it as something else entirely without even meaning to. He was checking a speaker position when he saw a figure. At the tree line, maybe 40 feet into the jungle, standing between two trees with the complete stillness of something that had been there for a while. Was it a soldier? My father said that he knew it was a soldier immediately. The posture, the bearing, something in the way it occupied the space that was unmistakably military. He reached for his radio and then stopped. The uniform was wrong. Not American, not North Vietnamese, not Viet Cong. My father had been in the country long enough to know every uniform that had business being in that jungle, and this wasn't any of them. It was old. The cut and the style of it belonged to a different era entirely. The French colonial period, a war that had ended before my father was old enough to read about it. The figure wore it with the ease of someone who had worn it for a very long time. My father stood at the edge of the jungle with his hands on his radio as he looked at the soldier. This soldier had no business being there, in any sense of what he could account for. But the soldier looked back at him. He said the look was the part that he never found the real words for, not that could satisfy. It wasn't threatening or sad. It wasn't the vacancy you might expect from something that shouldn't exist. He said it was the look of a senior officer who had just watched someone do something they should not have done and wants to make certain they understand that. Stern. This weight that someone with authority registered a violation, and they were making sure the message was received by the violator. And then it was gone. Not gradually, but it was simply gone. The tree line was empty, the jungle unchanged around the space where it had been standing. But my father knew what he'd seen. He never reported it, though. He thought about what he saw. He couldn't find the language for it. And he wasn't willing to end his career or his credibility. So he filed it in some place that he filed other things from that year. He carried it home with him with the other stuff when the tour ended. What came after the sighting was hard to describe, but harder to dismiss. For the remaining weeks of his tour, something followed him. Not always visibly. He could never see the figure again. But at night, in his bunk, he would hear sounds that had no source. Not the ghost tapes. He knew those sounds. He'd heard them enough times that they lost their power to unsettle him. But these sounds were different. They were closer. And they were personal in a way that he couldn't explain. A presence in the space around him. It had weight. It had intention. And without doing anything that he could really point to, he knew it was there, and that it had remembered what he'd done with the ghost tapes. He said he understood what it was, that he believed. From the moment he saw the figure at the tree line, that whatever had been disturbed by the ghost tape operation in that valley was real. It was old, and it had come to make its displeasure known to the people responsible for the disturbance. He said he believed the French colonial soldier was not French, not colonial. That it had simply chosen a uniform from the valley's long history of war and occupation, because the valley had seen so many that it had accumulated them the way that land accumulates everything that happens on it. He couldn't disobey orders, of course. That was the part that stayed with him longest, I think. Not the sighting or the weeks of presence that followed, but the fact that he knew from the moment that figure looked at him that he was being warned to stop. And he went back the next night and ran the operation again, because that was what his orders required. He told me this for the last time on his porch 2 years ago before he died, the same way he'd always told it. And when he finished, he was quiet for a while, and then he said, "I always figured whatever it was understood, that I didn't have a choice. I hope it understood that. I don't know if it did. I don't know what understanding means to something that has been in that valley since before the French arrived. What I know is that my father carried it for 50 years and told it carefully, and the same. He needed someone to know it was true. And now someone does." I still don't really like to think about what happened. I'm not sure the exact time this happened, but it was around a year ago. My friends and I always enjoyed finding abandoned places to explore, whether it was a warehouse or a huge mansion, a racetrack once. There were 5 of us, and all of us had some sort of weapon just in case, and a flashlight. We had just finished exploring some old abandoned house when my friend mentioned he knew of a warehouse that had been abandoned for years, about 20 minutes away. So of course we all hopped in the car and took off, listening to our favorite songs. The experience was incredibly fun until the moment it happened. We all arrive and get out, and as we look for a way in, I realize I've been here before. So is my friend Pearson, who's right behind me. Both of us are indifferent about it. It's still fun to go look, so I find a gate to jump over. The gate will be a key factor in the future. I inform my other friends that I've been here before, and it's a pretty cool area, just small. We walk in and see paint tearing off the walls, smashed glass everywhere. The floor has a layer of trash, and a rancid smell reeks the entire time. You get used to it, however, so we didn't really have any complaints. But then I realized something. There's a basement. All of a sudden, my friend looks at me startled and says, "The basement door was open last time you were here." He's right, but for me, I don't necessarily get scared easily, so big deal. Who cares? Others have probably visited recently. Who knows? But this is where the scenery gets in your head. Everything is in ruins. You can see other rooms through the holes in the walls. Then the smallest corner in the far back of the warehouse is a slimy stairway down to a basement with a door to the left. I recall the previous time I went in and remember one key detail. The basement door only locks from inside. I tell all of my friends this cautiously and look down the shaded corridor into the darkness. I'm still not scared, but somewhat nervous, yet I have to prove myself to my friends. I go down. Every footstep creaks. I finally reach the door. I put my hand on the doorknob, about to twist it, when I hear something. Someone or something was breathing right behind the door. I'm in disbelief. There's no possible way someone's locked themselves back there. I twist the handle. It's locked. I quickly shuffle up the stairs when the worst part happens. The door downstairs opened. I've never run for my life, but in that moment I did. I didn't know what happened. We were all rushing as fast as possible through the building, and we could hear noises behind us. We didn't know if we were knocking stuff over or if whatever was behind the door was chasing us. I run a lot, so I was the first one outside. I see my hope, the gate. All I have to do is plant my foot, hop, and climb over. Foot's planted. I jump. A hand grabs my hoodie and pulls me down to the floor. It's my friend. I won't reveal his name. He's grabbed my jacket and pulled me down to the floor. I understood in that moment he was panicking and was the most non-athletic, so I let him go ahead, helping him. Plus, he was driving, and I needed that car to be started and ready to go. I hopped the fence to get to everyone in the car. I'm the last one to enter the car as I hear the noise, something that sounds like someone smashing whatever is near them inside the warehouse. I don't know what happened there, nor did any of us care to find out. After my senior year of high school, I took an apprenticeship at a tattoo shop for the summer. When I called to ask about it, a guy named Jolly answered the phone, though he didn't sound very jolly at all. Most of the apprenticeship involved cleaning the shop, answering the phones, and practicing pulling my lines on fake skin. I'm pretty sure I tattooed over 1 million roses of all different styles and sizes. Jolly also was a lot nicer in person. Besides customers, he was usually the only one opening and closing the shop every day, so he was pretty stoked to have someone helping him, keeping him company. And to the man's credit, he didn't once try to get creepy with me. Jolly was always respectful, even threatened some guy who was coming in to get a chest piece done. It was going to be a $2,000 tattoo, one that Jolly tossed out of his shop to protect me from his harassment. That's why I never felt unsafe when he and I would be the only ones at the shop, hanging out after hours. While he looked through the bills and separated little piles of cash for them, I'd either be picking up or practicing. On a few of those kinds of nights, though, something would happen that really filled the remaining nights that I'd spend there with anxiety. It sank in my soul every time the sun set. Jolly wasn't too happy about the circumstances either, but he was able to maintain his composure way better than I could back then. We would hear the front door buzzer activate all the time, like a customer had walked in, but the shop would be empty when one of us would go check it out. A few times it happened while I was sitting behind the reception desk. I'd see the door physically open. There was never any winds or drafts pushing the air around inside. Jolly had already gone through all of the experiments trying to figure out why the anomaly would happen so often but sporadically, and only after the sun had set. That was just plain weird on its own, but what I thought was more unnerving about the whole thing was that the sensor that activated the bell was mounted just inside of the doorway, and the shop doors open out, meaning the door itself wasn't what would set it off. Someone would have to cross the threshold of the doorway to make it ding. But time and time again, the bell would sound and no one would be present. Jolly shared other little things that he'd seen happen around the shop since he bought the place. He had a record player in the corner that he'd rotate albums on throughout the day. He had a wall full of vinyls, a true collector, and his collection was extensive, but the only ones that he'd spin were old blues or jazz artists, saying that that was the only type of music that seemed to keep the place calm, settled. Any other type of music, he noticed it would stir up activity in the shop, and he didn't like dealing with that. Jolly didn't outright say that the building was haunted, But he also thought that talking about it could make it act up. It was part superstition and part first-hand experience that he kept these rules in the shop. Ignore the oddities, clean up anything that may have spilled over, and return to the task at hand. During the times that Jolly wasn't tattooing a customer, he was always up moving around, tinkering with things, really focusing on me with the fundamentals, more than he needed to. I was grateful to have so much of his attention to my progress, but it was probably the result of his insistence on staying mentally and physically distracted, trying to be too busy to bother. Not by me, but by the spirits, I guess. Even the age gap we shared, I tried to show empathy. Told him something like how I could understand how he was going about it. Weirdly, the goal of being distracted from a scary world is what got me into drawing. Since I was young, art had always been there for me. It was my companion when I was lonely, the therapist I communicated my feelings to. Sometimes, staying distracted is all you can do. I started to get choked up at the end of telling him this, and I remember Jolly's expression never changing. Our age gap apparently was too wide for him to return the empathetic gesture. Again, Jolly wasn't a mean guy. He was, however, a grizzled, old Algerian biker guy with a bunch of sailor tattoos that he got from a lifetime of service in the military. He probably stopped feeling real human feelings long before I met him. I don't know how I expected him to react, and I guess I shouldn't have been surprised when he said, "What? I'm not a sad baby. I'm angry these duppies keep messing with the shop." If it's the first time you've heard that word, it sounds racist, doesn't it? It made me pause for a second, too, when I heard him yell it. I asked, "Duppies? Doopies?" And he goes, "Booze. People without a body." In West Africa, a duppy is what they call a ghost. Jolly never acted upset or scared, but the consistent bad juju he'd been dealing with since he'd opened the shop, it had really started to take a toll on him. I think he was embarrassed, too. He felt bad that it was making me nervous, and so now the disturbances were progressively making him more upset. The uptick in his anger seemed to do exactly what he didn't want it to do, and that was to increase the energy. He said that they'd eat negative energy. It's food to them. If that's true, Jolly was hosting a buffet almost every night in the month of August. Business wasn't great either. His tattoo shop was pretty far off the main road, so he hardly got any walk-in traffic. Only a handful when I was there. People asking for small American traditionals that they'd pick off the wall or names. These tattoos didn't make him a lot of money. Unfortunately, I think I met Jolly at a low point in his life. If there was any peace still left inside, the constant stress and gloom had calcified it. You could tell the fake smile he wore. It no longer did what he thought it did. His smile looked more like a wince while he grinded his teeth. The more time we spent together, the more he felt comfortable showing his true feelings. My apprenticeship was ending at the end of August anyway, and so I didn't let his moods affect me. Every time I tried to go in there with a goal to soak up as much hands-on knowledge as I could, while simultaneously staying out of the way, and I did a relatively successful job at that. But I don't think that anything could have prepared us for what was to be my unofficial last day. Both of us were astutely aware of the growing tension inside the brick building. I think Jolly started associating me with the heightened energy, because as I did my best to stay out of his way, anything that would go wrong in the shop, he started blaming on me. I reminded him that his shop had been having problems well before I was there, and he would say, "Not like this. It wasn't like this until you came around." It hurt my feelings, and one night, a week shy of completing my apprenticeship, there was still a few hours left in the evening. Jolly had just finished up a client, and after they'd left, I was sanitizing the station and equipment. Jolly took off his gloves and went out back to smoke. I have my head down, focused on wiping and spritzing a vintage repurposed dentist chair, while I hear the front door slide open and the sensor chimed. I looked up, and standing in the doorway was a man with long gray dreadlocks. They reached past his shoulders. He was an elderly man, but he still looked to be in good health. He wore black pants with a silver wallet chain that hung low on his leg. He stepped maybe 3 feet inside and asked if Jolly was around. I told him he'd just stepped out, but he'll be back in a second. I asked if he wanted to schedule an appointment. I thought while we waited for Jolly, I could check the calendar for available dates. Though before retrieving the book with Jolly's schedule, I knew it was most likely going to be wide open, but I didn't want the customer to know that. For some reason, I thought that it would just look better as a business if it looked like you had something going on. It felt unprofessional to say, any day, any time, we'll be open, without even glancing at a calendar. I'm walking back toward the desk as I'm asking him this, and by the time I'm able to grab the book and pretend to flip through it, I'm still waiting for his reply, so I look up at him, but the shop is empty again. I don't think much of it. Maybe the guy changed his mind. I'd seen it happen before during my time there. Someone comes in, hears the whirl of needles, panics, and quickly reconsiders. A few minutes later, Jolly strolls back in. I tell him that someone came in asking for him, but I didn't get his name. He asks what they looked like, and I describe the man and say he had the same kind of tattoos that you do. There was one in particular that I described what it was and its placement because it was a very distinguishing tattoo on the side of his neck. It was an old Vegas slot machine with 3 of the 4 spinning things having come to rest, but the first is still spinning. The ones that have stopped say UCK, and the one that's still spinning at the front is between the letters L and F. I thought it was clever when I saw it. My description of the man and his tattoo made Jolly say, What? Where did he go? I say he left just a little bit ago, and that sends Jolly running out the front doors and around the store searching for this person. When he came back into the store, he was out of breath, asked if I told the man that he was there. I say yes, thinking that this is a good thing, but it's seemingly like an act of betrayal. Jolly starts locking all of the doors, telling me to pull the window shades down because now I'm in danger too. Hearing him say that in his gruff accent sends a burst of fright through my body. Thinking the windows were about to be blown out by gunfire or something, I get on my hands and knees and crawled into the back area. Eventually, Jolly met me back there with my purse and my coat, handing them to me, telling me to leave immediately. I started crying, begging him not to throw me out there. I was terrified he was going to show up before I could make it to my car. Jolly tossed my stuff on the table next to me, and then told me that I wasn't safe where I was anymore. But I was still too afraid to move. I was crying hysterically, but as quiet as I could, whisper screaming at him to please let me stay. Then he raised his voice over my tearful hiss and tried to explain to me in the best way that he could why it was better that I left. The man that I'd met was named Calvin Northman. He and Jolly were shipmates, but not in the military. Jolly used to own a fishing boat that he and 3 other men worked on. Him, Calvin, and 2 other guys. Something happens to Calvin on one of their fishing trips. He was accused of stealing by one of the other men. Things get out of hand, and Calvin gets ran through with a harpoon, in the front, out the back. They're miles from land, and as the 3rd guy's trying to keep Calvin conscious, the guy that did the impaling has his hands on his head, staring down at the blood and seawater washing over his feet. And he allows what he's done to sink in. When it does, in another act of sudden brutality, the man grabbed onto the metal chains of one of the big hooks that they used to pull the nets of fish in It's not too sharp, but the end was still at a pointed tip. He used the metal chains and hoisted himself up, climbing the lever until he was just over the water and far enough that his head was above the hook, and then he could let go of the chain. The hook went through the soft part of his jaw, and his body swung over the waves. Jolly and the other man could only watch in horror as their comrade, hanging with the hook through his face, didn't die instantly. Instead, they were forced to listen to his gurgled, agonizing screams echo off the metal as he hung off the side of the boat. Then, Jolly described how the man used his hands to almost push the hook into his head, like he was pushing his body weight down until the hook went through enough skin for him to detach and fall into the ocean. With Calvin still barely alive, Jolly keeps the boat pushing forward, but Calvin dies before they can get there. I said, "Died?" "No, I swear he was right there," pointing at the entrance of the shop. He said that Calvin was angry that they couldn't save him, that they didn't protect him while he was alive. He came to Jolly in dreams. The night after his death was the first time he'd seen him, and ever since, Jolly had been living with a sense of unrest every day afterward, fearful that that would be the day Calvin took his vengeance. Adding, even the crewmate that was down there the whole time trying to save Calvin, he wasn't spared. He died a year later. A 34-year-old man, strong, healthy, died of a heart attack. Jolly said the only way a man like that could die that way is if he was scared to death. After saying all of this, Jolly again asks, demands, that I get my stuff and that I go. I could hear the sincerity in his voice. He really didn't want whatever was coming for him to also come after me. I did as he begged me to do, leave and never come back. When he'd said it, I thought, no way. Even if I do leave, I'm coming back. But I never went back to the shop. I didn't say goodbye. I didn't collect my final drawings or thank Jolly for everything he taught me. I just left. And for a long time, I felt guilty about that. I still do sometimes. But some things are bigger than closure. I don't know if Calvin ever came back again after that night, or if Jolly's still in that shop spinning records, waiting for the next door chime. I only know that when I think about that summer, I don't remember the flash of the machines or the smell of the green soap. I remember the sound of that bell, echoing through an empty room. And I remember the way Jolly looked at me, like he already knew how his story ended. I travel for work maybe 4 or 5 times a year, have for the better part of a decade. I'm definitely not someone who gets weirded out by hotels or new places. If anything, I've always liked them. The anonymity of it, the white noise of an unfamiliar building, the way that you can order room service and watch whatever you want without anyone having an opinion about it. I sleep fine in hotels, I always have, until the place I call Hellgrove. I'm not going to use the real name of the place for reasons that I'll leave up to you to figure out by the end of this, but I'll call it the Hellgrove. It was a mid-range business hotel in a mid-sized city. Definitely a hotel that just gets booked for conferences because the meeting rooms are cheap, the parking is free. Nothing about the place seemed significant. I checked in on a random Tuesday evening. It was late October. The woman at the front desk was friendly, gave me my key card, told me the elevator was to the left. The room was 214, second floor, end of the hall. I remember thinking that it was quiet for a hotel, probably because it was a Tuesday, but that specific muffled quiet, like old carpet and thick walls. The first night was rather fine. I had dinner at the hotel bar, answered emails, went to bed. I remember thinking that the room felt a little cold even after I adjusted the thermostat, but that's nothing unusual. Old buildings run drafty, and God knows hotel experiences can't be all the same. So I just put on socks and went to sleep. And then the dream started. An hour after I went to bed, I could tell by the time I woke up. But I was in the room in this dream, room 214. I knew it the way that you know locations in dreams without needing to confirm them. But it wasn't right. The bones of it were the same. The layout, the window placement, the narrow desk against the wall. But everything else was different. Heavy curtains instead of the blackout blinds. A lamp with a fringe shade, throwing amber light across the wallpaper. And the wallpaper had a pattern that I couldn't quite focus on. The bedspread was dark and quilted. Something that you'd find in a photograph from 40 or 50 years ago. I was sitting at the edge of the bed, looking at the rotary phone on the nightstand. It was ringing, excessively. Not loudly, just constant. It was this specific muted ring of an old phone. It was patient, continued without escalating. I sat there watching it ring, and in the dream I had no desire to pick it up, which is its own kind of strange, because in dreams you usually just do things. But I sat very still, and I listened to it ring and ring and ring, and eventually I woke up. My room was dark. The thermostat read 68 degrees, but I was cold. I checked my phone. 1:47 in the morning. I lay there for a while that specific alert feeling of someone who has just been pulled out of something, then eventually went back to sleep. I didn't dream again that night. The conference ran all day on Wednesday. I was tired. Definitely the way I feel when I get a bad night's sleep. I went back to the room around 7, ordered food, watched something I can't remember, fell asleep with the television on. The dream came back. Same room, wallpaper, same amber lamp. The rotary phone on the nightstand was ringing in that same patient, steady way. This time, I was standing near the window. Outside, it was dark, but it felt less like night and more like the window looked out into nothing. I stood there listening to the phone ring. I still didn't answer it. I woke up again in the cold dark. It was 2:11 in the morning. I turned the television back on, and I turned off the sleep timer. I wanted the TV to stay on for the rest of the night. Thursday was the last day of the conference. I packed my bag after the closing session so I'd be ready to leave first thing in the morning. I was in bed by 10, genuinely exhausted, and I went out fast. I don't know what time the dream started, but I was in the room again. The same old version, the wallpaper, the lamp. This time I was already in the bed, already lying down, and the phone was already ringing. I reached for it because I'd made a decision to do so. My hand just moved towards it, sort of how it does in a dream before your mind is caught up. And the moment that my fingers touched the receiver, I woke up. My room phone was ringing. Not in the dream. The actual phone on the actual nightstand in the actual room. The flat, modern hotel phone with its small, illuminated button ringing in the dark. I picked it up because I was half asleep and not thinking clearly. A front desk call, I assumed. A wrong number. A wake-up call that I hadn't scheduled. The voice on the other end was my wife's. Not someone who sounded like my wife. My wife. Her exact voice. Her cadence. The particular way that she says hello when she's not sure who she's talking to. I said her name. The voice said mine back. I asked why she was calling the hotel phone. The line was quiet, but it wasn't silent. It was like someone was breathing, and then the call disconnected. I sat up in the dark for a long time, and then I called her cell phone. She picked up on the third ring, groggy, confused, probably worried. She'd been asleep for hours. She hadn't called me. She didn't know why I was calling it. She paused. I could hear her checking. 2 a.m. I told her that I'd had a bad dream. She told me to get some sleep, and I said I would. I didn't. I checked out at 6 the next morning, 2 hours before I needed to. I've been back to that city twice since then, for the same conference, and both times I've stayed somewhere else. I've never looked up the Hell Grove, never tried to find anything out about it. I don't know if other people who have stayed in room 214 have had strange nights, but I've never looked into it. Something about that feels like bad juju. I think I prefer not knowing. I've been fishing Cutchie's Lake for most of my life, probably before most of you were born. 40-some years of early mornings on that water, which means I've seen it in every mood that it has. Glass calm, violent, everything in between. I know what belongs there and what doesn't, and I'm sorry to drag on, but it's important when you tell things like this. If I'm gonna put something down somewhere, even anonymously, even where nobody who knows me will read it, it's for me. It was the second week of June. I'd put in around 4 a.m, the way that I always do when I want the lake to myself, which is most of the time. There's a special kind of quality to Cutchie's before the first light, the way the dark sits on the water differently than it sits on the land, the way sound carries across the surface, so the fish come jumping 200 yards away, and they sound like it's right next to you. I've never needed company out there. The lake is always enough. I'd been anchored in my usual spot for maybe an hour when I became aware of something on the far bank. It wasn't no sound or sight really that got me at first, it was a feeling. The specific alertness that comes from somewhere older than thought. Part of the brain that still understands what it means to be watched. I've had it in the woods occasionally. Usually means a cougar's in the area. This was different in ways I couldn't immediately name, but I knew it wasn't good. I looked up from my line and I scanned the far bank, and that's when I saw it, standing at the water's edge. The distance between us was maybe 150 yards, close enough that the shape of it was clear even in the pre-dawn dark. It told me immediately that it was large, very large. It stood upright, which ruled out a bear. The silhouette was wrong for a person, though, in too many ways to count. The width of the shoulders relative to the height, the length of the arms, the way it held still. It wasn't like anything living I'd ever seen. People and animals are never really still, you know. People shift their weight, or their eyes even. This didn't. It was looking at me. I could tell that even through its furrowed brow line. I should move, I thought, but I didn't. Or I couldn't. I'm not sure which. I don't know how I knew with certainty that if I started to panic, it would too. It wasn't going to panic with fear, though. The type of panic a predator feels when it reaches its prey. Excited. I didn't move. And before anyone asks, because they always do, I didn't reach for my phone. I wouldn't have gotten a picture worth anything in that light anyway, but something told me that the movement would have mattered. I just sat in my boat and it stood on the far bank. We looked at each other across the 150 yards of still dark water. After about 10 minutes of this standoff, the smell had reached me. I don't know how smell travels across water the way that it does, but it came on whatever air was moving, low from the direction of the far bank and unmistakable. Animal and rot, something underneath that I don't even have words for. Definitely the smell of something very old and large, living outside in all kinds of weather. Wet. It turned my stomach, but I didn't move. We still stayed like that for what I'm estimating was 30 minutes. Could have been less. Felt like the whole day. The sky was starting to lighten, almost at the eastern edge, when it finally turned and walked back into the tree line. I didn't hear anything as it exited, just watched. The far bank was empty again. I figured the smell was going to fade with it, but I didn't have time. What if that thing was making its way to my side? How quickly could something that size move? I wasn't really going to stick around and find out. As I made my way to the shore, the birds came back. It wasn't until they came back that I had realized it had gone quiet. I'd planned on fishing for another few hours, but no way I was going to stay this time. Felt a little bit like testing nature. I've told people I know. I've gotten that look. And maybe some of you have it now. But this is the kind of thing that feels okay to share, put out there in the world. I can't be the only one that fishes Cutchie's Lake. Someone else has a story out there. I know it. But that's the whole of mine. I just needed it to be somewhere that it might matter. One of the most haunted places I've ever been. It's a place in South Africa in an area called Northcliffe. I just did a quick check on the Google Maps and I couldn't find it, so perhaps this house no longer exists. It was an old house in a strange part of the neighborhood. The street was always deserted and quiet. No dogs barking and no children playing. You'd think nobody lived there, but you'd be mistaken. People lived in the houses, but they were not often seen outdoors. I heard rumors that they were Satan worshippers or witches, but I put that down to gossip. One of the houses did have a statue outside of Lucifer reading the Bible with a smirk on his face. I thought it was odd that someone would put up a statue like this in their yard. Nevertheless, you can't make judgments just because everyone in a particular street seems weird. The house I'm talking about today apparently belonged to a mining engineer. Johannesburg is known as the City of Gold because it was built around gold mines. The story goes that this miner worked on one of the big mines and had a family with 3 small kids. Apparently, one day he went crazy, killed his wife and kids, and then committed suicide. It was said their ghosts haunted the place. I don't know if the original story was true, but based on what I've heard, there may be some truth to the stories that followed. My ex-husband owned a health studio and coached athletes and bodybuilders. One of his clients was a young man. We'll call him Kay. He was a cadet in the police force and was also competing for the title of Mr. South Africa. He won this title and had dreams of going on to win the Mr. Universe contest. I just remember rippling muscles, blonde hair, and a shy smile. Kay and his family moved into the house. They were a normal Afrikaans family, but when they moved into the house, strange things began to happen. It started with unexplained poltergeist activity. Plates would fly out of the cupboards, and things would inexplicably fall off the walls and drop onto the floor. Kay would tell my ex, let's just call him G, about what was happening, and of course G was curious and he was also very skeptical. One day, he went to pick up Kay. He was waiting out in the yard, leaning up against the hood of his car, when a huge tree began to shake violently. Only problem was, there was no wind, and the earth remained quite still. My ex got quite a fright and was left bewildered by the experience. One night, Kay's mother heard the gate creak open. It was a spring-loaded gate and had a distinctive sound when opened. She picked up her gun and went to the window right above the gate and watched it open by itself and slam shut again. She pointed the gun out the window and called, "Who's there?" Suddenly, she felt a strong grip on her hand, and later, she said it felt like an invisible force was twisting her arm around. The gun went off, and she shot herself. When she recovered and was released from the hospital, she was never the same. She dyed her hair black and walked around like a zombie, never made eye contact with anyone. Kay's father also began to act weirdly, and Kay spent most of the time at the gym working out. One day, Kay invited my ex into the house and they enjoyed some social time with a couple of other young men. Kay took a puff on a cigarette, and while he was inhaling in front of everyone, the cigarette was whisked out of his mouth and broken up into little pieces, and then fell to the ground. My ex said he thought he was hallucinating, but everyone there that night witnessed the same thing. They also saw an African tribal mask fall off the wall and then twist into a grotesque shape. No, they were not smoking anything stronger than tobacco. There were many strange stories that came out of that place, including the story of Kay's uncle who stayed overnight and woke to see a little girl staring at him. He said she put her hands on his face and pressed with such force he was unable to breathe. I could share many more, but the worst part of the story was that eventually, Kay also began to change. He developed serious anger issues, and then we learned that he got into a fight and killed someone with his bare fists. He was jailed for manslaughter. There's so much more to this story, and I could write a book about it, but I'll end on this note. When Kay's family eventually moved out of the house, it was left empty, and it stayed that way for years. I'd drive past it every day on my way to work. My office was just a few blocks away, but I also drove that way because I was curious about the place. I'd slow down as I passed to see what was going on. It really did look like a typical haunted house and never failed to give me cold shivers. Then one day I saw a for sale sign outside, and a short time later, a sold sign replaced it. When the new people moved in, they completely renovated the place. I remember thinking that it didn't look like a haunted house anymore. They fixed the garden too, but then built a wall and I could no longer see the house and stopped driving by. The story should end here, but it doesn't. One day, when I arrived at my office, I picked up our local newspaper, the Northcliffe Melville Times, and a headline grabbed my attention. Poltergeist activity in Northcliffe House. I immediately read the story, and sure enough, it was the same house. I don't know what happened to the family that moved in, but not long after that article, the house was demolished. My mom was a single parent through my teenage years. I have 2 younger sisters as well. My mother worked 3 jobs at one time, and she was always gone. Her first job started at 4:30 in the morning. She left the house before any of us were awake for school and wouldn't be home until midnight. Yeah, she didn't sleep for years. One morning, I saw a dark figure walk past my bedroom door and down the hall. I called out, "Mom?" The figure leaned back and poked its head into the doorway, as if it were taking one more glance to answer my call, and then continued back down the hallway, out into the living room kitchen area. I got out of bed, not having heard the very loud front door close. I imagined my mother would be in the living room, gathering her items before leaving. I walked into our living area and found no one. Nothing. I immediately phoned my mother. She was already at work. I told her what had happened and explained I was freaking out. This was before cell phones, so my mother had asked me to take the cordless phone and check the entire house. Are the doors locked, front and back? Yes. Check my room. Is it empty? Yes. The bathroom? Yes. Oh my God, Mom. I know I saw someone. Didn't I? My mom calmed me down, tried to explain that maybe it was sleepy stuff in my eyes, throwing me off. Over the weekend, when we had time to spend together, Mom finally broke down, telling me that maybe it was a ghost, but it would be a friendly ghost. Mom went on to explain that the people who sold her the house, they did tell her that an elderly man had peacefully passed away in his sleep before we purchased it. My sister, who's only 3 years younger than me, decided to name the ghost. It was a kind old man, so his name would be Henry. Naming the ghost made it seem less scary for some odd reason. After the first sighting and a name, Henry maybe felt a little more comfortable coming out because we started to see him and his antics more frequently throughout our home. Henry would shut the bathroom door if one of us girls left it open while using the bathroom. This happened very frequently. We were a house full of girls, so we never bothered to shut the door to our one bathroom that we all shared, and locks were not an option, especially in the mornings when we were all getting ready for school. One day, both my younger sisters were visiting my friends or doing their own thing, so I had the house to myself. I decided to watch a movie. We kept our movies on the bottom shelf of a china hutch that my grandmother made for my mom. The door was heavy and preferred to be open as opposed to shut. What I mean to say is if you unlock the door, it would naturally swing wide open. When opened, the one door, movie side, would hang in such a way as to block access to the hallway from the living room. I didn't need to go down the hall, so I left the door open. While watching the movie, out of the corner of my eye, the door slowly swung shut on the china hutch. And while it didn't lock, it was impossible that it would close on its own without some help. Chills ran up and down my spine, arms, legs, neck, everywhere. I immediately phoned my mother at work again and said, "Hey, sorry to call you at work, but Henry just closed the door on the china hutch and suddenly I didn't feel like being alone anymore." Mom told me that she understood and was impressed with Henry's strength to close that door. I agreed. We chatted until I told her I felt better, safe again, and I went back to watching the movie with the china hutch door locked, closed, to keep Henry happy. We moved out of that house when I turned 17, and as we were closing the front door for the last time on the move-out day, we all stuck our heads back inside and said, "Goodbye, Henry." Even though Henry was a friendly ghost, it was still scary as a young teen to come face to face, so to speak, with a ghost, regardless how nice he was. Yesterday, I was surprised to see an old friend's name in my unread messages. His name's Austin. We knew each other from elementary school. He contacted me asking if I remembered a birthday party we'd both been in attendance for. His inquiry wasn't pertaining to the actual festivities, more so what happened adjacent to the party. And boy, did I remember. The birthday was being held at the apartment complex this kid lived in. The family had rented out the cabana for the day. The inside had air hockey, table tennis, and a few arcade games, which were all set to free play during the duration of the rental. Out the back doors was a long path that led to a lake with a dock. That's where most of the kids were playing that day. At that time in my life, I was very self-conscious about my body image. I was quite large compared to my peers, and they wouldn't hesitate to remind me any chance they got. As an adult, I'm able to understand that children are just holistically dumb. Fat jokes were the only low-hanging fruit of comedy their grubby little paws could grasp. But as a kid, it was traumatic. Needless to say, I spent the majority of my time in the cabana, pretending that I was too obsessed with getting high scores in the arcade games to bother with the water. Austin was also in the cabana that day because he had a big cast on his arm from a break he sustained a few months prior. This being the 90s, the small amount of chaperone supervision was focused primarily down by the lake, meaning Austin and I were alone in the cabana for most of the party. Personally, I preferred this, but Austin wanted to sneak away and explore the whole cabana. It was a huge building, and surely there had to be more exciting stuff compared to what was in the designated game room. I don't know what we were expecting to find that would be cooler than what was in the game room, but again, we were holistically dumb. And with no adult in sight, Austin and I opened the unlocked, staff-only door located on one of these walls. The door led into a small hallway that led to a stairwell. Austin led the way as we climbed the flight of stairs. First door we found was locked, so we walked up another flight and tried the next one. It opened. Through this door was another hallway. It was dark. Keeping the stairwell door open, we used the light to search for a light switch, but there were none on the walls. I looked up, and there weren't even light fixtures on the ceiling, almost like it was under construction. But from the stairwell glow, the rest of the visible hallway looked intact. Clean carpet, no musky odors. We could also see another door directly across the way. It was a large glass door. It looked slightly illuminated from the sunlight coming in from the room's windows. Seeing that as our next destination, we let the stairwell door close behind us, turning the hallway black again, aside from the light emanating from the glass door in front of us. It was about 20 paces from where we were, but we were both a bit spooked, standing in the dark, quiet hallway. Austin was more hesitant to take the lead this time, and we walked parallel, approaching the door. After the first few steps, I began to feel that overwhelming sense of dread, like something was waiting to grab us from the shadows. The only reason I continued walking was because I didn't want to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. Out of nowhere, Austin says, "What?" And so I say, "What?" And he says, "Were you just whispering?" I say no, and he gives a forced laugh and says, "Oh, weird." Most likely trying not to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. So we continue towards the glass door. The sense of dread has only grown in my stomach, and I swear I see movement in the black around us. I don't know if I actually saw the dark moving, but to this day, I haven't seen anything like what I was seeing in that hallway. It was like waves of shadows rippling around the walls. My eyes couldn't comprehend exactly what I was seeing. Then, I feel Austin's cast pressed against my chest, stopping my stride. He doesn't have to tell me why we stopped, because when I stare directly forward again at the glass door, there's now a silhouette on the other side of the glass, blocking out a portion of the door's light. It stood completely still, examining us from the other side. We froze, holding our breath in fear, until the shadow disappeared like a blink, as if it was never there. The door once again had a soft glow fully engulfing the glass and the carpet in front of the door. It was gone faster than we could react. Austin and I remained statued for a good couple of seconds before our brains told us to panic and run. When we get to the stairwell door, the handle acts as if it's locked, and Austin starts pounding on the door with his cast while we both cry out in terror. It's only after 5 or 6 desperate shakes that the door handle fully turns, and the door pops open into the stairwell with ease. At this point, we're both in tears, absolutely bawling as we run down the stairs back to the cabana game room. When we get back, there's thankfully still no one in there, and we have enough time to go to the bathroom and get cleaned up. We agree that we couldn't tell anyone because we knew that we'd get in trouble for trespassing past the staff-only door. Honestly, after that, the rest of the party was a blur. I don't even remember if I sang happy birthday to the kid before leaving. But 30 years later, and still, I remember that hallway vividly. Unfortunately, being with someone almost makes it worse, because your brain can't just forget it as a distorted child memory. There's someone else out there that shares the very same, very real memory I experienced. This didn't happen on the streets, but I used to work as an overnight security at an old courthouse turned city records building. The place was huge, mostly empty after 6 p.m., had this echoey silence that made your ears kind of ring. I worked solo from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. My job was mostly just to make rounds, check doors, and monitor the handful of cameras that were still functional. The basement was always the worst. It was like stepping into a time capsule. Low ceilings, peeling paint, boxes of files from the 1950s stacked to the ceiling. Anyway, for about a month straight, at 2:13 a.m. exactly, the alarm on the third-floor fire door would beep like it had been opened. The camera covering the hallway had been broken since before I started, but the motion detector would go off too. Every time I went up to check it out, there was nobody there. Door still sealed, floor empty. I even propped open the stairwell door once just to try to catch whoever it was. Nothing. One night I tried just watching from the second-floor stairwell window. At about 2:13 a.m., I heard the fire door open, like the metal creaking, latch releasing, all of it. But when I went to check, nothing unusual, just the same old thing. I never saw anyone, and the logs never showed any keycard access. I told the day shift about it, and they just sort of laughed, said the building was probably adjusting overnight. But one guy pulled me aside. He told me, and was totally serious, that years ago, a man had jumped to his death at that stairwell. I didn't last much longer after that. Even if that guy was messing with me or trying to scare me, the silence started to feel like it was watching me back. I couldn't really handle it. I had a serious car accident in Dallas, struck from behind on the I-635 North and the I-35 West split. The car in front of me came to a dead stop, while the traffic was 8 lanes full of cars, doing 75 miles an hour. 4 lanes split off to the left, 4 lanes to the right. I was in the left lane of the one splitting to the right, and obviously, the car in front of me had veered, and the driver decided to stop, back up, and go left instead of right. Slammed on my brakes, and I swerved to the left to the guardrail. That ends there. I think in that moment, I'm going to die. I breathed a sense of relief when the car stopped, before going over the ledge and without hitting the stupid car in front of me, which had since moved on. The next thing, I was waking up from unconsciousness, and my entire car was destroyed. My head was turning, looking straight up at the roof, which was crinkled. I thought, oh my God, I've damaged my mother's car, as if I were a teenager, and passed out. It was not my mother's car. I was over 30, on my way to work in North Dallas. My mother works in Arlington. I woke up repeatedly, seeing the same crinkled roof above me and screaming crazy things like, "Where's Nicole? Where's my baby girl?" One time I woke up and a woman had gotten into my car. She was sitting in the passenger seat, and she held my hand. She soothingly told me that everything would be all right. I felt such warmth from her. I passed out, and I woke up and I saw her, felt her, holding my hand a few times. I remember her so vividly. So finally, one time when I woke up, I was in an ambulance. It had 2 beds. I asked the man in the bed across from me what happened. He said that he was behind me in an old Dodge Ram van, and after I swerved, he saw the stopped car and swerved too, but he didn't brake fast enough, and he had hit me and crushed my car. He was shocked, he said. "I can't believe you're alive." I asked, "Where's that lady? I really want to thank her." He replied, "What lady?" "The one who got into my car and sat with me. She held my hand, told me everything was okay, told me my daughter, Nicole, was not with me, that she was at school. She said Nicole's name. She said," he interrupted, "Lady, nobody got in your car. Believe me. I was shocked when they pulled you out." When I went to see my car at the tow service yard that had removed it, it had been squished like a ball of aluminum between the van and the curved guardrail. It was an Acura, and the only place that was not squished up was where I was sitting. There was no passenger seat. It looked like somebody had cupped a huge hand over me and protected me. I don't know if she was a ghost, an angel, or my imagination, but she felt and sounded real, and acted and made me feel like she knew me. I'm grateful. This happened the summer after 8th grade. I haven't told many people about it, mostly because it still messes with me when I think about it too hard. Do you ever have something like that? Where it felt off in the moment, but then later, after you've had time to replay it 1,000 times, it feels way worse. That's this story. There was this summer camp that my friends and I went to every year in the Ozarks. Typical stuff. Archery, hiking, crafts, canoeing, that kind of thing. The main attraction was the lake. It was massive, glassy, and deep as hell. Every day we'd swim and kayak and do all the dumb things that kids do. Except that year, something was different. On the first day, they told us that the lake was off limits. No swimming, no boats, nothing. They blamed it on a bacterial bloom or some environmental issue, but even at 13, I could tell they were lying. The counselors avoided answering questions, and they posted these weird handmade signs on all of the trails leading down to the water. Do not approach after dark. All caps, exclamation points. Naturally, we were idiots and took that as a dare. There were 5 of us who snuck out that night. We waited until after lights out, and then cut through the woods with flashlights and towels. It was stupid, I know, but it was hot, and we just wanted to swim once before the week ended. We made it to the lake around midnight. It was quiet. The water looked black, like oil, just sitting there without a single ripple. One of the guys, Josh, cracked a joke about how it felt like we were breaking into a graveyard, and I laughed, but it stuck with me. We went in anyway. I stayed close to the shore, but the other 4 swam out farther. They were trying to outdo each other, splashing around, seeing who could hold their breath the longest. It was dark enough that they disappeared quickly into the middle of the lake. And then I heard this splash. Not a small one. Huge. Like someone doing a cannonball off a dock. But we were the only ones out there. I shined my flashlight across the water, caught a glimpse of something moving. Big. No shape. Just this ripple that moved in a perfect arch. Fast and wide. I thought maybe a deer had come down to drink or something, but then I heard Logan scream. It wasn't playful. It was blood-curdling. By the time we pulled him out of the water, he was shaking so hard he couldn't talk at first. He had scratches down his side, and one of his shoes was missing. We asked him what happened, and he just kept repeating, "It touched me. It touched me." He wouldn't go back into the cabin. Slept in the mess hall with the lights on, curled up in a ball. The next morning, the staff told us that Logan had gone home sick, except we found his bunk untouched. Same clothes, same shoes. He hadn't taken anything. It was like he had vanished. Years later, one of the guys who was there that night told me that he'd gotten an email from Logan's mom. She said that they never came to pick him up. The camp called, said that he'd already been picked up. Here's the part that I think is crazy. A few summers ago, I was scrolling through local forums, looking for information on a hiking trail near that area, and I saw a comment thread about the camp. Someone said the lake was drained after a drought. They found bones in the mud, not a body. Bones. Small ones, multiple sets, and no one ever talked about it. I don't swim in lakes anymore.